so you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out.
Yeah.
Gets wider in the middle. And so Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning. And it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate. And officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah.
So Neil deGrasse claims the Earth is shaped like a pear. NASA, with their composite images from their website, show a ball Earth, a sphere. So someone's not telling the truth, and I say both. And people would wonder why they would lie to us all this time about the Earth being a sphere. What people need to understand is the so-called elite that run this world, their control method is to keep us dumbed down and deceived. They are the so-called Illuminati, or the enlightened ones. Now, these so-called elite that rule this world, if their main method of control is to keep us dumbed down and deceived, why would they share their knowledge? Question everything. Question everything you've been told from the start. And take a look at this children's record album, My World is Round. This is a perfect example of conditioning the young minds. And for the people that trust in science, here's an example exposing a lie called evolution. Here's a fossil of a coelacanth fish, supposedly a 350 million year old fossil, and compared to the coelacanth of today, there's absolutely no signs of evolution with this fish. So what's the deal? People need to realize we've been lied to from day one. And it just so happens the theory of evolution is the exact opposite of what the Bible says. From the sun before the earth, to reptiles before birds. Every aspect of evolution. And why is this? Satanists work on opposites. And those that control this world have blinded those that don't believe. Every aspect of our life is controlled by these Satanists that rule this world. So for someone that believes in evolution, you talk about God with them, it's too late for them. They've been down a path full of lies and deception where there's no turning back. Like I said, they've been completely blinded. Here are a few examples of those in this world. And again, I can't say this enough. No one makes it to the top of this world unless you go along with these Satanists. And taking a look at, for example, Oprah Winfrey, and she named her studios Harpo Studios, which is Oprah in reverse. You take a look here at Michael Jackson's backslide, also known as the moonwalk. And so they go out of their way to devise everything they do based on the law of reversal. And taking a look here at the music group Criss Cross, and you see their clothes backwards, and you also see the text on this album cover with words backwards as well. All this stuff is hidden right in plain sight. And again, I can't stress this enough. This is all by design, not coincidence. And you'll see the law of reversal hidden in plain sight with movies as well. In this scene from the 1980 movie Flash Gordon, with Clytus in his hourglass with the sands running up.
Damn you! I said I want to see her!
You have until the sands run up.
Now taking a look at this NATO plane, and it just so happens to say OTAN, which of course is NATO in reverse. And the funny thing is about NATO and the UN, and this is all part of the New World Order that George Bush spoke about back in 1991.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
Interesting enough, at the end of that clip with George Bush speaking about the New World Order, they show a globe, that sphere, the false image of the world we live in. And going back to science, which is basically the law of reversal, taking a look at the Bible where it says the sun rises and the sun goes down and it hastens to the place where it rises. So you see how science is the exact opposite of what the Bible says. And for more detailed information on the flat earth, I recommend deepinsidetherabbithole.com. And now I'm going to play a previous video I made on the subject. The more I look into the flat earth subject, the more I'm convinced there's something to it. When you have a guy like David Ridlin making a video pushing the moon hoax, pushing the International Space Station as real, then goes along and says how flat earthers are crazy, to me that raises red flags. The moon landings were a hoax. The International Space Station is nothing but a hoax. NASA's nothing but a government propaganda machine. And these people are pushing the round ball of Earth. Another thing to consider is they're trying too hard to convince us that there's no conspiracies. At the end of his video, he has former astronaut Michael Collins talk about how they couldn't keep this a secret. And then John Stossel goes on to say the same thing. What the masses don't realize are these are paid shills. Michael Collins being a Freemason, being on the payroll, John Stossel, just like all the media are controlled.
I don't know two Americans who have a fantastic secret without one of them blurting it out to the press. Can you imagine thousands of people able to keep this secret?
It would be a conspiracy of thousands of people all over the world. Wouldn't it leak? Wouldn't some of those people be eager to talk about it? Wouldn't we in the media love to put it on the front page?
What John Stossel says, nothing could be further from the truth. If the media was legit and it was open free media, why don't we hear former pilot Russ Wittenberg on CNN, Fox News, or MSNBC?
I flew the two actual aircraft which were involved in 9/11, the flight number 175 and flight 93, the 757 that allegedly went down at Shanksville, and flight 175 is the aircraft that's alleged to have hit the South Tower. I don't believe it's possible for, like I said, for a terrorist, a so-called terrorist, to train on a 172, then jump in the cockpit of a 757, 767 class cockpit, and vertical navigate the aircraft, lateral navigate the aircraft, and fly the airplane at speeds exceeding its design limit speed by well over 100 knots, make high-speed, high-bank turns, pulling probably 5, 6, 7 Gs, and the aircraft would literally fall out of the sky. I couldn't do it, and I'm absolutely positive they couldn't do it.
And the same goes with former Major General Albert Stubblebine. These people have too much credibility. That's why you never see them on CNN or Fox News or MSNBC. They would have way too much influence on the masses and make people think. So the media is 100% controlled, and they control the minds. Just listen to what Albert Stubblebine says here about the Pentagon, the lack of debris, and the media.
On September the 11th in 2001, what hit the Pentagon?
I don't know exactly what hit it, but I do know from the photographs that I have analyzed and looked at very, very carefully, it was not an airplane. I could not find that in any of the photographs that I've analyzed. I've never believed that it was an airplane since I'd looked at the photographs. Up until that time I looked at the photographs, I accepted what was being said. After I looked at it, no way. We pride ourselves with the free press. I do not believe the free press is free anymore. It's very expensive. It's very expensive. And the press is saying what they have been told to say about this.
And as you can see, those subtitles with this interview with Albert Stubblebine, they're in German. And it just so happens, with this interview airing in Germany, 90% of Germans don't believe the official story of 9/11. And for those that believe in the Bible does mention the edges of the earth, the four corners of the earth, and how Satan brought Jesus Christ to the top of the mountain and showed him all kingdoms of the world. How can Satan show Jesus all kingdoms of the world if the world is round? How can there be edges of the world if the world's a sphere? I've never seen the edges on a sphere before. And the Bible also mentions how the earth is immovable and is set on pillars. So for the believers that still believe in the ball earth, the round earth, got to reconsider. According to science and the satanic system, the earth is supposedly tilted at a 23.4 degree angle off vertical, and that leaves you at 66.6 degrees off horizontal. Now what are the chances of that? And for those that might have questions on how the sun, the moon, and the seasons work, take a look at these models for a better understanding.
We go back to the USGS model, and you see that it was first proposed 1,000 years ago. And you may think, well, that's a bad link. So you compare it with the person who proposed it, and you get this guy, Al-Biruni. Who was Al-Biruni? Well, he lived around 1,000 years ago and was considered one of the greatest scholars of his era, schooled in multiple sciences. Have you ever heard of him? I hadn't. Maybe it's multiple bad references in Wiki. Well, no, because NASA knows who he is and named this moon crater after him. So why is the USGS using a version of the world map designed by a 1,000-year-old Persian scientist? Because it's correct. That's why. So to be clear, let's compare them again. The United Nations flag, the USGS official map of the Earth, and the Flat Earth model. All identical, but one isn't recognized and instead ridiculed as an outdated look at the world.
With all the videos I'm making on the Flat Earth, I get the same question every day. Not just once a day, multiple times. So I'm going to make another video on this, go into depth, talk about the sun on the Flat Earth. People always say they don't understand the concept of the Flat Earth. If the Earth is flat, wouldn't the whole entire Flat Earth be illuminated? Just take a look at this image of the sunbeams coming through the clouds. If you believe at this angle that the sun is 93 million miles away, you're never going to understand. You're never going to get it. Look at the angle again. So, if the sun approximately 3,000 miles away, say for example, you're in Los Angeles, and you see how the sunbeams again are coming through the clouds. Do you expect, say Russia or China to be receiving sunlight when you see the sun come through the clouds like this? Just another example. More of the same here. The beams coming through here. Another example right here. How obvious can it be? The sun is nowhere near 93 million miles away. So again, don't expect to see sunlight in Australia and in South America at the same time when you see this. Clear as day. You need to wake up and realize they must unlearn what they have learned. Again, showing this model here, as I showed many times. Let's play this clip. This is not actually to scale, but basically how the sun works over the flat earth. Just like here in the United States. As I showed in my previous video, I'm going to show this again, just so people understand how this model is shown. And now let's take a look at actual footage, like I showed in my previous video, of the sun circling above the flat earth. Towards the end of this footage, you're going to see it's not going around the supposed ball, but just circling above the flat earth, just as demonstrated in the model. When people look at the sun, they don't give it much thought. When you look at this time-lapse footage, it's pretty obvious what's taking place. Another thing to mention, as I said so many times, you'll see the sun and the moon above the flat earth at the same time. Take a look at this right here as it's moving out of perspective. It's getting dark. Is the sun going around the supposed ball or just moving out of sight? You be the judge, but it's pretty clear. Now let's take a look at this footage. For those that are awake to the flat earth, like I showed before, with this Universal Studios footage from 1927. Again, as I mentioned before, supposedly the first time they took a photo of Earth from space was in 1946. And here's an article from Air and Space magazine. Like I said, 1946. Supposedly the German rocket that was captured by the U.S. military used a V-2, again, German rocket, to launch into space to take this photo. I find this funny how you see the clouds above the supposed ball Earth. Complete joke. I find it funny, again, just taking a look at the ball Earth in this image and just imagining all this water in these oceans somehow sticking to the ball Earth. I'll get into that a little bit. I'm going to play this clip. And again, this is nothing more than programming. Completely ridiculous to believe that all that water in those oceans could be held on while the Earth is supposedly rotating. This is programming at its finest. Now, we want to talk about the ball Earth all day. I want people that believe in the ball Earth and believe it's crazy to believe we live on a flat plane, for them to demonstrate, show me a model of water sticking to a ball. Okay, I can show a model of the flat Earth. There you go. Got this flat dish, filled up with water, and these are the ice rings that surround the flat Earth. Demonstrate a model of the ball Earth. You can't. It's never been duplicated as a model. Complete joke how people fall for the lies. So-called truthers say they're awake, but they have no evidence that we live in a ball. They don't believe NASA. They understand that NASA is nothing but a psyop, nothing but propaganda, but they can't get past the lies of the ball Earth. Programmed, unfortunately, they don't want to be ridiculed and not believe that everything is a lie, when in actuality, everything is a lie. Everything we're told is the exact opposite. And here's a good example of that. Look at this ride at a state fair. Gravitron. And what do you see here? As the ride goes in motion, the kids are being pushed against the outside as the faster it spins. Now, taking a look at this. Again, the supposed ball Earth spinning at 1100 miles an hour. How is this possible? How can you have water like this? Like glass on a spinning ball. Makes no sense. Again, everything on opposites. The funny thing about the ride's name, exact opposite of gravity. Completely ridiculous. Like I said before, someone laughed when I mentioned, if the Earth was spinning at 1,100 miles an hour, how the water would fly off. They thought that was funny. I think it's funny when you look at this. Again, this is exactly what should happen. If the Earth is spinning, the water will be flying off. This is the so-called elite. They know the Earth is flat, and they're laughing at those that believe the lies. Now just taking a look at the ball Earth, or the supposed ball Earth, where the axis is 23.4 degrees off being vertical. It leads you to 66.6 degrees off horizontal. If you think this is just a coincidence, take a look at this. Earth is supposedly orbiting around the sun and moving at 66,600 miles an hour. Another thing I want to point out here, let's take a look. Now let's take a look at this model with the Earth supposedly orbiting the sun, and of course the moon orbiting Earth. And while this is all taking place, Earth is supposedly rotating. Now let's take a look at this image here of Polaris, the North Star. Take a look at this model here. Now, explain to me, for anybody out there, how is it possible for the North Star or Polaris to remain constant above the supposed North Pole while it's orbiting around the sun? It makes absolutely no sense because it doesn't happen. It does not take place. That's simple. Now let's take a look at this. So, like I said, the Earth supposedly spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Gravity holds on the water and the water is perfectly still. How is this possible? Earth is supposedly spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Wouldn't you think the water would fly off? This is not possible. People can't grasp reality because all they have been fed are lies. I showed this image before, Under the Dome by Stephen King. Again, mockery in plain sight, truth in plain sight. And let's look at this space shuttle launch from Cape Canaveral in Florida. As I mentioned before, the reason they have these shuttle launches, or supposed shuttle launches, into space, off the coast, so basically these rockets could land right in the water, right in the ocean. That's what it's all about. And later on, again, you see the supposed space shuttles, which are nothing more than airplanes coming for a landing. It's just like a movie. It's all edited, fit together for the public. Just take a look at this image as well. You really believe this space shuttle is going to outer space? This is completely ridiculous. Now let's take a look at this image here put together by David from deep inside the rabbit hole. Just look at the flight paths that airlines make people take. You will not see plane crossing from South Africa to Australia. That would be, of course, the shortest route. Here's the flat Earth model. Like he states, there's no shortcuts. And of course, UN logo, the same exact thing. You can go to this one website, which is called Flight Radar 24. And it shows all this flight activity worldwide. Interesting enough, you see all these planes flying all over the place. Understand, the so-called northern hemisphere, and with the flat Earth model, it does not affect flight paths. When you get to the south, that's where everything's stretched out. This is why you don't see these flights. Take a look here. You'll notice you'll never see, if you go to Flight Radar 24, you'll never see flights in the process of crossing from Southern South America to South Africa or South Africa to Australia. What I witnessed myself watching it over time is you won't see an actual plane crossing, but right when it reaches land, then all of a sudden it appears on radar. How amazing. I'm talking about how the game is rigged with this matrix and why so many can't see or understand what's taking place. Let's look at some of the deceivers. Of course, the public school system is going to teach, the ball earth, which is expected. When it comes to these so-called Christians, these truth speakers such as Ken Hovind, this is how they control the matrix. They're going to have him tell you the absolute 100% truth when it comes to evolution, but he's not going to tell you the truth about the flat earth. So many of his presentations, you'll see that globe in plain sight right in front of his desk. He's pointing at it, and again, they're giving you 95% truth when he talks about evolution being a lie. When it comes to the ball earth, he's going to deny it. He's going to deny the earth is flat. He's going to stick to the ball earth theory. This is how they operate. Now, just take a look at Ken Hovind. He was a member of the Prophecy Club, nothing but a club of deceivers. I pointed this out before on my previous channel with all the Masonic hand signs. With this one with Dr. Marquise. It just so happens their zip code in Topeka, Kansas starts with 666. Now, what are the chances of that? They go out of their way to have the occultic numbers in plain sight. Like I just referenced, 666, 777, the 33, the 911, always in plain sight. And also, the signs and symbols, the sign of silence, all these supposed oath keepers of keeping secrets. Interesting enough, look at this Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield doing the same sign of silence. More recent news story with David Bowie supposedly passing away. He is part of the rigged game, the matrix that we live in. Now, some might ask, if this is all true, why doesn't the news say so? Why does the news expose this as truth? Understand, people that are awake already realize this. The media is 100% controlled. Some might say, well, what about my preacher? What about my pastor? Why don't they tell me the truth? You see the problem here? All the Masonic hand signs, just like all the rest of the deceivers. These are all Freemasons, all liars. The game is 100% rigged. Just look at John Hagee's hands here, the devil horns. Take a look at this hand sign that he does twice here. Just like Anton LaVey. These are all Satanists. When the Bible states Satan deceives the world, that is very literal, as you can see. So the people that go to church, that attend services, they don't hear their preacher say 9/11 is not what we're told. Sandy Hook was a hoax. What happened in Paris, France is a hoax. This is because all those involved, all of TV, is 100% controlled. And again, this is how they control the Matrix. This is a topic I covered on my previous channel last year, with the connection with the Falkland Wars and Deception Island, just north of Antarctica. You get a little bit of a close-up. And this is Deception Island here. Let's look at the relative closeness, if I can find it here. The tip of South America. Let's look at the Falklands. And the South Georgia Islands, if I can find it. There we go. The South Georgia and South Sandwich Islands, which of course are ruled by the Brits. And like I stated in my previous video last year, this is basically a strategic point. Let me back up here a little bit so we get a better idea. And this is something I want to get into again. Now, going back in time to the Falkland Wars in 1982, as I stated many times, the world is a stage. What was the Falkland Wars all about? And I believe, again, this is just a strategic point, the closest point to Antarctica, to the ring. Of all the continents, this is basically their base. I'm just taking a look at the UK overseas territories, and I find it pretty interesting. Like I said, with the Falklands, you have the South Georgia Islands, and they have this territory in red as part of their territory. Again, this is the strategic point. Talking about the royal family, the so-called elite that run this world, that own this world. Take a look at the U.S. Of course, you have New York. New York is in England. New Hampshire, you go to Australia even. It's still owned and controlled by England. Don't let them fool you and make you believe they're independent and sovereign. The New South Wales, Queensland, of course all the territories in Africa that the royals own. Now let's take a look at this when it comes to Russia. So again, when I talk about the royal family owning it all, you see the connection with the royal family and Russia going back in time with the Romanovs. And again, taking a look at the UK overseas territories. Basically, they all should be marked red. Here's something I found interesting, of course, with the Scottish Rite and Freemasonry of the UK. Take a look at the Russian coat of arms. Do you see the similarities and how people can't see how they all connect and how the world is a stage? Now, getting back on topic with Deception Island, let's just take a look at this image here. This unusual island. Let's take a look. It used to be a whalers colony, and I found this pretty interesting. Take a little close-up look at this. What do you see? A little Illuminati pyramid, and these look like obelisks. So what's the deal with this? This is pretty interesting stuff. Now, taking a look at Wikipedia's page on Deception Island, which I find pretty interesting, and you get down to the history of it, where it states in the history the first authenticated sighting of Deception Island was by British sealers William Smith and Edwards Bransfield. This was back in January 1820. And we talk about the explorer, the American sealer Nathaniel Palmer. And I found this pretty interesting. In November of 1820, Palmer remained for 2 days exploring the Central Bay. Palmer was the first to name the island Deception. And interesting enough, there's no official explanation why they call it Deception Island. I find that very interesting. Like I've stated, we live on a flat earth, and this is part of the deception. The closest point, this island, to Antarctica, which is the ring around the world. So you can forget about the supposed Antarctica Treaty from back in 1961. The world's a stage. It's owned and controlled by the bloodline. Just take a look at the occult of this Antarctica Treaty meeting from back in 2007. You got the triple X's, like I said before in Pythagorean numerology. This is a hidden code for 666. And again, you look at the dates here. It was on the 30th to the 11th. In numerology, the 0 doesn't mean anything. You get 3 and 11. This is the cult of Freemasonry. The highest degree in the Scottish Rite of 33, of course. As I mentioned, the double-headed eagle. Some call it a phoenix. To me, it doesn't matter. It's all the same here with Russia as well. Again, going back here, like I said, only these supposed UK overseas territories are marked red. Forget about this. They own and control it all. Like I stated with Australia, you got New South Wales, you have Queensland, you have Russia, the connection with the Romanov family, you have India, of course. England had a huge role in India. You had all the territories in Africa. Get to the United States with, of course, District of Columbia. Columbia being a Masonic goddess. You have British Columbia in Canada. You have the country of Colombia in South America. And then you come to the gateway from Falkland Islands to South Georgia. Deception Island, like I stated, this is the gateway to the ends of the world. The most frequently asked question about the entire flat earth model that I get is about the sun and how it works on the flat earth. First off, like I always do, I have to lay the foundation before I even show any type of footage. This is the biblical flat earth with the sun and the moon and the stars within the firmament. We make it clear there are no planets. Planets do not exist. All we have is what you see here, like I mentioned, on the flat, fixed earth. Now taking a look at this photo across Lake Michigan with the Chicago skyline, like I mentioned before, this is approximately 60 miles over Lake Michigan with this photo, and these buildings should not be viewable due to the curvature of the earth, the supposed curvature of the earth. One thing to notice right off the bat, look how level the horizon is. On the supposed ball earth, this wouldn't be happening. Now people see the sun, they say, oh, the sun must be going around the ball of the earth, around the globe. And this isn't the case, and I'll explain that. What's taking place is just like this model here with these telephone poles called the vanishing point. As you can see, all these telephone poles are the same height, but due to perspective, the one closest appears taller than the rest. You go down the line, the one furthest away seems very small, but of course, again, they're all the same height. The same concept with the sun. It appears to disappear. Now let's take a look at more images here. The same basic concept with the vanishing point. Now, look at this fence. Look at this railroad track. The further you go, the more narrow it seems, and it disappears. Again, with the telephone poles, same thing. I showed this night and day flat earth model before, and how the sun moves clockwise around the flat earth. Of course, the earth is stationary. The sun moves just like the Bible states. Understand with this model, it's not to scale, of course. The sun is much smaller, approximately only 30 miles across. And some might say, oh, this is just a model. Doesn't mean anything. Let's see it in action. And here you go. And this is a time-lapse video of the sun from the view over Lake Michigan, looking towards Chicago, taking a look, and again how the sun circles the earth, going eastward, and you can clearly see how the light is localized right where the clouds are. If the sun was truly 93 million miles away, the entire sky would be illuminated. You're going to see how small the sun actually is, and again how the light is localized as it moves away, going east, just like the model I showed before. Let's take a look. You can clearly see that sun. You can see how that, like I said, that light, the light from the sun is localized right at this cloud. No way is this sun as large as we're told and as far as we're told. It's right in front of you. People need to unlearn what they have learned. This proves the sun is clearly under God's firmament. 100% clear as day. And there you go. There's the vanishing point as the sun circles the earth, just like in the model I showed earlier. Now taking a look at the moon at night, clearly see the clouds, and people have disputed me about this. Those are clearly the clouds behind the moon. I view this myself at night. I observe the skies very often. I've seen this with my own eyes. This is no illusion. Don't tell me that this moon is 238,000 miles away and you can see the clouds like this. There's no way. Not possible. Again, for even those that believe in the flat earth, they're disputing this. You understand. We're told you have to erase everything we're told in the schools, the history books. It's all lies. You've got to see things with new eyes to understand the entire concept. Everything we're told is the exact opposite of what it is. Now taking a look at Space.com's website, and you can just see by their logo with the Illuminati pyramid, you can tell who they are affiliated with. They work for those that are behind the scenes to deceive the masses. And reading the title for this article, why do planets look like stars in the night sky? Because that's exactly what they are. Again, planets do not exist. Everything is within the firmament. The size of the stars differ. So they're giving you false explanations of what you're actually seeing. Now let's look at their explanation of why these so-called planets shine like stars. States here, planets don't produce their own light. They reflect the light of the sun in the same way our moon reflects sunlight. This is complete garbage. If you believe these so-called planets that you see here are reflecting light to get this light, you're 100% deceived. These are nothing more than stars. And as the Bible states, the moon produces its own light as well. So you got more than one lie in this article. Basically, everything they're telling you is a lie. Now, taking a look at the very beginning of the Bible with Genesis 1:16, basically the creation of the world. And it states, "And God made two great lights. The sun and the moon are two lights. The moon gives off its own light." That's what this refers to. Not a reflection from the sun on the moon to get light. The greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. Notice planets aren't mentioned, because planets do not exist. And clearly with these images, you can see how the moon creates its own light. It's not a reflection from the sun. And more of the same, clearly its own light. Now take a look at the moon during the day. Why isn't the moon completely illuminated? It should be a full moon. There's nothing obstructing the sun and the moon. They're both in the sky at the same time. So what's the deal? Just further evidence that the moon produces its own light. The moon creates its own phases. It's that simple. Otherwise, this moon should be fully illuminated, with the sun and the moon again in the sky at the same time. Now here's something else to remember. With the moon and the sun in the same sky, what's the deal with the other side of the supposed globe? They're not getting a sun. They're not getting a moon. How does that work? It doesn't make sense. The sun and the moon are always above the flat earth. It's that simple. Now let's take a look at this footage supposedly provided by ISS. This is nothing more than CGI. Nothing more than a cartoon. Nothing about this is real. And this is what you base your belief that we live on a spinning ball. This is complete garbage. And what is this? This green barrier. Unbelievable how people can buy this. The masses, millions of people will watch this and they will say, "Isn't science amazing?" Science is not amazing. It's just that you're stupid and you fall for this complete, utter garbage. Wake up. They can't get into space. Rockets don't work in space. ISS is a hoax. Stop believing in fairy tales. Your whole life's a lie. Everything you've been fed by the government, the schools, all lies. Time for you to wake up and stop living in this lie, this fantasy they have created for you, this matrix that you cannot break free from. Take a look. Wake up. People need to understand one simple thing. We all have been born into deception. 500 years ago, everybody believed the earth was flat. You told someone the earth was round, you would be ridiculed. Now, it's the exact opposite. This is how those that control the world control the minds. And to end this video, I'm going to show this clip again with the sun circling the earth. And you'll see it disappear beyond the vanishing point. When I first came across the flat earth topic, I've heard about it before. I just kind of brushed off to the side. Specifically with this Illuminati card game from 1995. I saw all the cards. I saw this one. I didn't give it much thought. until I read this. People laugh, but the flat earthers know something. When I read that, that really got me thinking. That's what really got me into researching the topic. And of course, the square they show here when I first saw this, of course, looks completely ridiculous. Until you really look into it, this is completely biblical. The circle within the square, right in front of you. Just they make it, like I said, they make it look ridiculous in the card game. People look at pictures, they don't read the text. Of course, we all know, we all should know, the moon landing was nothing but a hoax, and they show it here. It all makes sense when you think about it. And of course, the Illuminati card game give us many, many hints when it comes to this card game. Specifically this one here with the Joggers card, where it states no one ever suspects a harmless jogger. And then you see this scene here, of course, from the Boston smoke bomb from a few years back. Remember one thing, this woman is wearing green. What do you see here? A woman after the explosion wearing green throwing something, which possibly could have been the detonator that set this off. Maybe someone else set it off at a different location, and this was just all theater, but she was definitely part of the world stage for this scene. Unbelievable how these sick, twisted psychopaths, they're at the wheel, controlling society, and have so many people blinded. Getting back to the flat earth, I recently saw this scene on another channel on YouTube. I'm going to include the link in the description box below this video. It's from Back to the Future. And there's a scene here showing the flat earth at the very beginning of Back to the Future where they show all the clocks. But taking a look at this scene, there's so much going on. And that's the whole purpose. Confusion. While you're paying attention to the dog food can with this contraction here, what do you see behind it? The flat earth. That's the flat earth model. Like always, hidden in plain sight. This tells you Steven Spielberg, Robert Zemeckis, they all know the earth is flat. Putting it right in your face. All of Hollywood, all these high-ranking Masons behind the scenes, they know it. And that's the exact reason they're called the Illuminati, the enlightened ones. They're the ones with the knowledge. And all of us are not supposed to have this knowledge. And if you do, you're mocked, you're ridiculed, made fun of, called crazy. But the unknowing sheep, they don't know we're actually telling them the truth. They're being mocked in all these movies. Like I've said many times, truth in movies and lies in the news. And taking a look at this scene from Journey up to the Center of the Earth. And of course, I find that title interesting. Journey to the Center of the Earth. And what do you see in the wall? This is the flat earth map. Taking a closer look, had this the UN logo turned sideways. Of course, the UN logo is a flat earth model as well. I'll get more on that in a little bit. I turn the model sideways. As you can see on the flat earth model, this map, the east coast of the US basically faces the west coast of Africa. That's exactly what you see here. And of course, again with the UN map, East US, eastern coast, and Africa. And I also find it interesting how the flat earth is mentioned in Men in Black, a movie based on basically alien invaders. And remember, with the whole flat earth concept, There's a dome over us. There's nothing beyond the firmament besides water and heavens above. People talk about UFOs, talk about reptilians from other worlds. Everything is within the firmament. These so-called aliens are nothing but demons. We're given false explanations for everything. So-called meteors are nothing more than falling stars. Everything is within, basically, the bubble we live in this earth. Take a listen at this propaganda film, like I said, about aliens and alien invasion, and they mock us, talking about the flat earth. One little segment, but this is used as a form of mockery.
A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the earth was flat.
And I find this scene interesting from Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome with Tina Turner. And of course, the Thunderdome. Think about that for a second. When you hear thunder and it echoes, why does it echo? Because of course we live under a dome. The whole Thunderdome concept is based on the flat earth with the firmament above. Take a listen.
Welcome to another edition of Thunderdome!
Now this scene here with Dr. Dealgood, pay close attention to what he's wearing, his entire outfit.
Listen on. Listen on. This is the truth of it. Fighting leads to killing, and killing gets to warring, and that was damn near the death of us all. Look at us now. Busted up and everyone talking about hard rain. But we've learned, by the dust of them all, Bartertown's learned. Now when men get to fighting, it happens here.
And what do you see here? Again, a close-up of the Freemasonic, the square and the compass. Only goes to show those behind the scenes of these movies are Freemasons that are in the know, and again with the Thunderdome representing the firmament above us. Now as far as the music industry is concerned, same deal. Freemasons behind it as well. Thomas Dolby's well known for the song, "She Blinded Me with Science." They have blinded society with science. And he has a song called "The Earth is Flat," another form of mockery. And with this image with the Pope at the UN, well, everybody's looking at him, they're not looking above him. Again, the flat earth model for all to see. As I always state, they love to mock. With these two clips I'm about to play with Obama mentioning the Flat Earth Society, remember, he has script writers, people behind the scenes that are pulling the strings. Everything he's saying, there's no wasted motion. With him mentioning the flat earth, it's flat out mockery. Again, these are the so-called enlightened ones, and they love to mock. What's the point of having power, having all the riches, and not being able to flaunt it? And this is their way of flaunting their knowledge, all in plain sight.
They must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They would not.
And these idiots in the back, they laugh, they smile. They don't know they're deceived. Deceived from birth to death. That's what they are.
Have believed that the world was round. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
And this is exactly how I sum it up best. Earth looks flat, tests flat, and measures flat. But they want it to be a ball. Exactly how it goes. People do not like to be told They've been lied to their entire lives. You know, they have a lot of pride in their knowledge, a lot of egos involved. They don't want to admit they've been wrong their entire lives, deceived. The truth pill is a very hard pill to swallow.
They're laughing at us. Can't you see them laughing at us? I don't believe them.
I've made a lot of videos covering the flat earth. I've had some people come to my channel disputing the claims of a flat earth. Well, this is a challenge to all you out there that believe in the blue marble in space spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. I want evidence. I want you to make videos proving your case. Because your evidence of a blue marble spinning at 1,000 miles in space comes from these clowns. These Masons in the game with Walt Disney and Werner von Braun, a former Nazi and then NASA head. And here's your evidence for your belief in the blue marble and planets outside of Earth's atmosphere, supposedly. To give you the first image of the supposed planet we live on. And what do? They put sex written in the clouds. And people might say, well, you know, I've seen animal shapes and people's faces in the clouds, but you're not going to see letters, especially lined up in the clouds. I mean, if you have an S here, an E here, an X there, that'd be one thing. But what are the chances of sex being spelt out all together in a group? I mean, XES, ESX, but SEX all lined up? Give me a break. And with the supposed image of Pluto provided from NASA, and of course, I'm providing a link, the URL here, from space.com. This is an official supposed photo of Pluto. And what do you have? The planet Pluto and Pluto the dog from Disney. His face carved out in this image. All part of mockery by those that run this world, that to those that believe the lies. And for all the coincidence theorists out there that look at this and see how it just so happens to fit Pluto's face from Disney. You don't see the connection with Disney and NASA? How they're all working together? The sex symbolism here with Disney as well. Again, with Werner von Braun and Disney. Two Masons in the game. These two have passed away, but they're carrying on the tradition with the mocking of the masses. And interesting enough, China supposedly landed on the moon back in 2013. It was barely covered by the mainstream media because it was so fake, it was so ridiculous. That's why if you talk to an average citizen that believes in the moon landing back in 1969, and you talk to them about this Chinese moon landing, they never heard about it. There's a good reason. Take a look at this footage. All you get is CGI effects. Nothing real about this, but people just lap it up. Now, what's filming this lunar lander from this aspect? What's filming it? Obviously all CGI, all fake garbage passed off to the masses, and they just lap it up. They're all clapping, watching a CGI video, a horrible one at that. And the masses, again, lap it up. This is your evidence that they landed on the moon. This is your evidence that they can get past God's firmament. Now listen here. After supposedly, successfully laying that probe on the moon, what do you hear? You're going to hear a lot of laughing. In a real life situation, you're going to hear people happy, but not laughing like it's a big joke. This is mockery. These people from China's space know this is all fake. And this is just like duping the light. They're laughing over this because they know it's nothing but a big joke. Okay, I'm making this quick video, so I'm getting a lot of questions in the comment section about flat Earth and the planets. And understand, it's this simple. As the Bible states, there's waters below and the waters above. And we live within the firmament. Everything is within the firmament. There's nothing beyond it. So, when you hear from NASA, the History Channel, the school books, everything beyond the firmament, as far as planets and galaxies and universes, they don't exist. It's emptiness. All you get is heaven, the water, and the heavens above. So all we have within the firmament are the sun, the moon, and stars. And if there are any planets, they're going to be within the firmament. There's nothing, again, beyond the firmament. That's simple. So, the bottom line is people say, well, I seen a planet through my telescope. What you're really looking at is one of these stars within the firmament. Because, again, there's nothing beyond this firmament that you can see. It's an illusion. Science is telling you, when you look at a star in the sky, and it might be different than the other stars, oh, that's an actual planet, when it's not. It's that simple. Now, to explain these fake images NASA gives us, understand one simple thing. The reason this is obviously fake, for the simple fact, they can't go beyond the firmament to take a full picture of the world we live in. It's that simple. So that's why we get these fake renderings of Earth. That's why we get these fake renderings of Pluto. Now, again, I've covered this before, just saying it again, about the two great lights mentioned in Genesis. Okay, again, the moon during the day, this should be fully illuminated, a full moon. It should be partially lit. Again, with the moon at night, you see the moon in the clouds. Okay? It's not 238,000 miles away. It's more like 3,000 miles away. You see the clouds in front of the moon and behind the moon. It's very simple. Your eyes don't deceive you. NASA does. Now, with this picture here, or not this picture, but this photo of the moon at night, you'll see the angle of the moon. If the sun is supposedly giving the moon its light at night, this angle makes absolutely no sense. Okay, it should be coming from a lower position. And anyways, you do not see, again, light reflecting off the moon. You don't see that because, again, like the Bible says, the moon is a lesser light at night. More imagery here. Now, this is an image provided by NASA. Okay? This is from 1990 with the probe Galileo. This is a complete joke. If you believe this, you're completely deceived. This is nothing more than a painting. You want to believe this is real, that's fine. The truth doesn't care what you think. Nothing more than a painting. Same thing here. Nothing more than a composite fakery. Same thing with this latest image. Again, don't want to sound like a broken record. It's been 43 years. Supposedly since the first image of the ball Earth. 43 years. So $1 trillion spent on NASA. And this is the first photo, supposedly, we get in all this time. Now, here's some imagery of NASA's fakery, a close-up of some of the composite images of Earth they have on their website. You can look this up. I'm not the only one that covered this in my videos. Other people have as well. You see the duplicates? It's basically duality. In the world of duality, nothing is as it seems. Everything you believe, everything you've been told by the liars that own and control this world is a lie. You don't have to accept it, but that is reality. With each video I make on the flat Earth, I get new questions. Therefore, I keep making videos on the subject. And the one question that seems to be popping up lately is, why would they lie about us living on a ball and when we really live on a flat Earth? And it's very simple. It's about disproving the Bible. Everything about science is the exact opposite of what the Bible states. Now again, taking a look at the flat Earth model, this is from the Bible, 100% biblical. First off, it states in the Bible how there's waters above and the waters below, and how the earth is immovable, it's fixed, and how the earth has foundations, how the earth has ends to it, mentioned 50 times. The sun and the moon are within the firmament, and this is why NASA cannot get past into outer space, the so-called Van Allen belts. So when I make the videos on the space shuttles being nothing more than airplanes, you'll understand they cannot get past the firmament, period. They call it the Van Allen belts, but in reality it's the firmament. And like I've covered many times in previous videos, with space shuttles being nothing more than airplanes, according to NASA, space shuttles are nothing more than gliders during supposed re-entry. I'm going to show this clip, 100% proof. These are nothing but airplanes. They're jet powered, not coming in for supposed glide-in landing like NASA states. And there's a reason they have chaser planes escort them in. They're simply used to disguise the fact that these supposed space shuttles have engines. And just take a look at this landing. You can clearly hear and see that this supposed space shuttle is acting nothing like a glider. First off, those wings are too small to be of that of a glider. Take a look and take a listen to those jet engines.
There's a shuttle. Touchdown.
And as you can clearly see from this still, here's one of the two jet engines. Now I covered this aspect before, stating how these so-called space shuttles are nothing more than airplanes. And these images here, and if you truly believe the back hatches of these space shuttles open up in space, this is completely ridiculous. Nothing more than a painting, a CGI effect, nothing real about this. Taking a look at this shuttle being piggybacked. This space shuttle is supposedly 80 tons on top of this plane. Look how flimsy. All this weight is going to be held up by this little metal piece in the front here. Just completely ridiculous how people buy this. More than likely, this is nothing more than a prop, completely empty, nowhere near 80 tons. Probably just a couple tons, if that. Now, like I stated in my previous videos regarding the space shuttle being nothing more than airplanes, covered this, but it needs to be again stated. How NASA states that space shuttles fly as unpowered gliders during a re-entry and landing, during descent. Now, to read off NASA's official website, again, the space shuttle flies as a glider during re-entry and landing. During ascent, to rise, thrust is provided by 3 space shuttle main engines. At the base of the orbiter and the 2 solid rocket boosters, there are joined to the orange external fuel tank. The solids are jettisoned and about 2 minutes into ascent, and the fuel tank is jettisoned as the shuttle enters Earth's orbit. So there's no propellant available to the SSMEs during descending, and though the engines are still present, the shuttle remains as an unpowered glider. In previous videos, I've demonstrated how these so-called space shuttles are nothing more than airplanes. And I included 1 clip per video of a space shuttle landing. Well, with this video, I'm going to show the Discovery, the Endeavour, and Atlantis landing. And with each video, you can clearly hear jet engines. So there's going to be no doubt whatsoever that these are, again, nothing more than jet airplanes.
This is serious business right here as the shuttle, which is really just a glider right now. This is serious business right here as the shuttle, which is really just a glider right now. Let's turn up the audio and listen to this for a minute. And they are on final glide path right now.
30 seconds until touchdown. Main gear, landing gear now down and locked. Main gear touchdown. Pilot Jim Dutton now deploying the drag chute. Nose gear touchdown. One minute to touchdown. Main gear touchdown. Nose gear touchdown. Deploying of the drag chute delayed to assess the conditions of the crosswinds on the orbiter as it rolls out on the runway. Charlie Hobart clearing up the shuttle's nose for landing, and as you can see, the main gear of in place. Main gear touchdown. Pilot Barry Wilmore deploying the drag chute. Nose gear touchdown. Atlantis now rolling out on runway 33 at Kennedy Space Center.
There's a shuttle. Touchdown.
And look, this is one time. Forget the conspiracy. Listen to our government agencies. These guys are telling the truth. You know, there's no conspiracy here.
When it comes to meteorites, they're nothing more than falling stars. So everything we're given is false explanations to cover up the lies. And here's a demonstration how those that own and control this world from the very start try to disprove God and the Bible. Just take a look how everything with evolution is the exact opposite of the Bible. Where it states here in the Bible, earth before sun, and evolution states sun before earth, oceans before land, land before oceans, fish before insects, insects before fish. Man was created from solid matter, and evolution states man evolved from liquid. Birds before reptiles, reptiles before birds. There is eternity, there is no eternity. There is a soul, there is no soul. So you see how evolution is the exact opposite of the Bible. And I'm going to demonstrate how this is satanic. I'm taking a look at the law of reversal by Aleister Crowley. It goes back further to Eliphas Levi. Aleister Crowley's Book of Magic. Let him train himself to think backwards by external means as set forth here following. Let him learn to write backwards, walk backwards, listen to phonographic records backwards, practice speaking backwards, read backwards. So this is the law of reversal. Satanists even say the Lord's Prayer backwards. So again, this is why everything is the reverse of what the Bible states. And the point of teaching everything the exact opposite is when you're told one thing, say it's A, and when the reality is Z, it's too far to go from A to Z. The mind can't handle it, and that's why so many reject truth. There are many Bible believers that have fallen for the satanic system that the so-called elite have created. The school systems, the textbooks, the History Channel, believing we live on a ball earth. Now let's read from Isaiah 40:22, where it states, referring to God, "It is He who sits above the circle of the earth." Now taking a look at this, nothing more than a composite provided by NASA. Does this look like a circle to you or a sphere? And remember, the word sphere existed in biblical times. Take a look at this basketball. Would you call this a circle or a sphere? Same thing. People need to realize that we all been lied to from birth. You need to understand, again, how everything is the exact opposite of what the Bible states. All your answers are in the Bible. Why don't the churches tell us this? They're the ones that are supposed to be telling us the truth about the Bible. Well, here's the problem. Take a look at these hand signs by Joel Osteen. These are all Freemasons in the game. See the 666 hand sign? All the Masonic signs. Taking a look more here. And here's Robert Wilson. The same exact satanic hand signs. This is how they control society. They control both those that believe in science and those that believe in God. The Bible is truth, but they're steering you off course. Right here, the 666 hand sign, Masonic hand sign. It's all there, right in front of you. This is not by coincidence that they're all doing the same signs. All Freemasons, all part of the game. And here with John Hagee, again, more Masonic hand signs, the devil horns. These deceivers will never tell you that 9/11 was an inside job, the Boston bombing was a hoax, Sandy Hook was a hoax, all the racial saps that are taking place. That's their job, to tell you a good amount of truth when it comes to the Bible, but they're never going to tell you the absolute truth. This is what deceivers do. It's like if you're going to make a counterfeit dollar, you're going to make it look real as possible, to pass it off as legit, and that's exactly what these deceivers do. They have millions and millions worldwide deceived. For more reference, taking a look at some more of these deceivers, again, the double 666 hand sign, all Masonic. And here's Carter Colin. I've had people tell me on my channel, oh no, this guy's legit. If you believe this guy's legit, I'm sorry to say you're 100% deceived. All of them are Masons. There are no heroes in this world. If they were, they wouldn't be on TV. TV is 100% controlled. This is how they control all of society. Like the old saying goes, a picture says 1,000 words. All Masons in the game. Take a look here at Donald Trump, a major player in the game today. Again, Carter Cullen, Angela Merkel of Germany. You have Adolf Hitler here as well. I've had some people come to my channel claiming Adolf Hitler was some type of hero fighting off the elite, which is complete hogwash. He was part of the world stage. People don't get it. They never will. Now, getting back on topic with the flat earth and showing how the firmament is above us, again with the sun and the moon within the firmament. And this is key here. From Genesis 1:14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament. This is within the firmament right there. So again, the churches don't tell you this, but this is the truth. Now let's look at evidence with video footage. Take a look as you see clouds behind the sun and in front of the sun. I'm also going to show some footage of the moon within the clouds, proving again how the Bible's truth. Clearly see, this is the sun, clouds behind, clouds in front. How is this possible if the sun is supposedly 93 million miles away? It's not. It's more like 1,000 to 3,000 miles away. Much smaller than we're told as well. You need to forget everything you were ever told in the history books, in schools, what NASA says, what the History Channel says. It's all lies. With this video, you can clearly see how the clouds are behind the moon. This is no illusion. The only illusion is what we're told in the school systems that are owned and operated by those that own and control this world, the anti-God system. The truth has always been in front of you. Right there. Just have to open your mind and let your eyes see the truth, which is right in front of you. People that don't believe in the Bible, they're completely deceived. Unfortunately, there's no turning back, and that's why they say, get them while they're young. The first thing you do when you step in a classroom as a child, first thing you see is you see a globe. Every classroom is part of conditioning and brainwashing, the anti-God system. And now I'm going to play a previous video explaining more of the flat earth model. And again, when the Bible states there's ends of the earth, understand. I'll explain this more in the video coming up. The ring of ice, Antarctica. This surrounds the flat earth. And of course, the UN flag just so happens to match the flat earth model. This is mockery. This is how Satan operates, and his minions. They love to mock. And for those that are new to the flat earth concept and can't grasp it, don't completely understand, a lot of people's first reaction is, won't we fall over the edge? It doesn't work that way. The edges of the earth is a huge ice ring, which is Antarctica. And the sun, like the Bible says, the sun moves and the earth is stationary. It's fixed, immovable. So understand one simple thing. Everything we're told in the school system, in college, is the exact opposite of the Bible, just like evolution. How we all evolved from fish to monkeys to humans. The whole ball of earth we're told in the school system is another lie. Everything we're told is a lie. And why do they lie to us about all this stuff? They want to be the ones that hold the knowledge. And they want to mock God's people. I'm going to play this video. And there's no moon in this model, but understand one thing. The sun moves a bit faster than the moon. And one concept to also understand is, people that don't get it, at times you can see the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time during the day. That means on the other side of the supposed globe, there's no sun, there's no moon. Doesn't make sense at all. I'm going to play this clip. You can understand again how the sun works on a flat earth night and day. See, 3-hour time difference of the East Coast and the West Coast get their light. Exactly how it works. And the sun and the moon are much closer to Earth than we're told. Only a few thousand miles. The sun is not 93 million miles away. It's all lies by NASA, the government. We've been all lied to. And also to understand the solar eclipse, like I stated earlier, the sun and the moon move at different speeds. Just like a clock, the moon moves different speed, a slower speed. That's how you get those eclipses, solar eclipse. And also, I explained this before, with the 24-hour sunlight in Norway and in Alaska, when the sun moves, when it spins around the earth, it moves as it spins in and out. So again, when it spins towards the center, during the times of year that you get complete daylight in this region, the North Pole, the Arctic, that's why you get those 24-hour sun. And it doesn't happen in the south. The supposed southern hemisphere, for example, in the tip of South America, New Zealand, you never get those 24 hours daylight. And that's because, of course, as the sun moves around, it's not constant like it is in the Arctic. One other thing, the sun, how it moves from changing the seasons in and out. The sun, again, is furthest from the ice ring. So the further away you get, the colder it is, of course. This was holding everything in. Antarctica. It circles the entire flat Earth. I showed this clip before in a previous video. And this, again, is truth in plain sight with those that control Hollywood showing us the truth in these cartoons. This is how they do it. They love to put the truth in what seems to be ridiculous, such as cartoons, Illuminati card games, movies, commercials. This is how they do it. They love to mock us with truth with these ridiculous cartoons in this case. Take a watch.
Steroid Santa Claus kicks and deals. It's a long fly ball going back. And the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium.
Now do you understand how this matches up with the Bible verse in Genesis? The waters above. You people understand and get it, what's taking place here. This is biblical. And this is meant as mockery. When people watch this, they have no understanding what this is all about. It's 3:34 Pacific Standard Time, and you see the sun in the western sky. Let's pan over and take a look straight up at the eastern sky, and what do you see? There's your moon at 3:34. So what does the other side of the ball Earth get as far as the moon and the sun? They get absolutely nothing. It's absolute proof that the moon and the sun circle above the flat Earth just like a clock. People always ask, what about falling over the edge? Understand, Antarctica is a huge ice ring that encompasses the flat Earth. And like I stated, the so-called elite work on opposites. Whatever's the truth, they're going to tell us the exact opposite. Like I stated with evolution, the Earth being a ball when it's really flat, the distance of the sun, and this is exactly what I'm talking about, telling us how the sun is supposedly 93 million miles away when it's actually only a few thousand miles away. And with this video demonstration, I've showed this before in a previous video, you can clearly see how the sun is much closer. I'm going to actually show two footages, one of a time-lapse over Lake Michigan looking over Chicago, Illinois, and another time-lapse of the sunset in South Africa. Take a look, and I'll also explain the vanishing point. Now, as you can see, as the sun is basically just circling the Earth, and you can clearly see how the sun is localized in this one area. You're going to see the clouds being lit up right here at this point. Understand, the sun is nowhere, again, as far as we're told, it's nowhere near as large as we're told. It's much smaller and much closer. It's all under the firmament. The sun was in actuality 93 million miles away. The whole sky should be illuminated. It's not. It's localized again. Play this a little bit more. You can clearly see what's happening here is called the vanishing point. It is not going over or under the ball. It is just circling, going around. And I'll show that in a second. I'll let this video conclude. And it appears at this point to go around the ball. It's not. Again, it's the vanishing point. I'll show that right now. And with this image, as you can see, these three telephone poles are the same height. You can see here the one nearest appears taller, and the one furthest appears smaller, to the point where you can't see them anymore, and they appear to disappear. Again, this is called the vanishing point. Now, taking a look at these real-life telephone poles, the same deal. These are all the same height, but due to perspective, one furthest away appears shorter when they're not. They're all the same height. And as you go down the line, the one furthest away appears to lose its legs, basically. You just see the top portion. That's the exact same thing that happens to the sun. This location here. Same exact thing. Now, taking a look at this time lapse from South Africa. Basically the same thing. You're going to see how the sun is moving and the earth is still stationary, fixed, like the Bible states. Clear as day. Take a look. And again, much smaller than we're told and much closer. Everything is within the firmament. No way this sun is 93 million miles away and this would happen. And obviously much smaller than we're told as well. Again, this is how they work on opposites. When you work off opposites, when you tell someone, for example, something is A, when in actuality it's Z, it's too far for the human mind to accept. And this is what they have done to the masses from generation through generation. Understand, 500 years ago, people believed the earth was flat. If you told them we were living on a ball, you would be ridiculed, made fun of. This is how society is controlled, the sheep mentality.
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
How do you like it? They tell you all the time what to do, what to think, what to feel. Do you want to be like a sheep? Like all those other people, man? Do you understand? That piece of shit up there, I never like him. I never trusted him.
You see this phone, you go, oh, this means it's around the curvature. That means we live in a ball. Absolutely not. It's all about perspective. Like I stated before, it's the vanishing point. As you see here. How many miles is this? Not many miles. You know, not too far, and you see this first telephone pole. It appears taller than this one, but they're the same height. Again, it's all about perspective. Just like this image here, like I've shown before. Telephone poles and the vanishing point. All equal height. Just the vanishing point. So, again, when you see this, the ship and the sun appearing to go down, it's all about perspective. That simple. Now take a look at this footage of the sun and moon circling over the flat earth. You can clearly see it's not setting, going down around the ball. There is no ball. We live on a flat plane, and this is your proof. At the very end of this footage, you're going to see how the sun and moon basically disappear. That is your sunset, and the sky goes dark. It's not going around a ball. Here it is. Just moving out of perspective. Then it starts to get dark. How obvious can it be? That sun was not going around the supposed ball. It was circling over the flat earth. I saw this music video today by a band called OK Go. The song is titled Upside Down and Inside Out, and I believe the production of this music video, they basically explain how NASA carries off their fakery aboard the supposed ISS that does not exist. Everything these circus clowns do that are supposed astronauts basically carried out aboard zero-G planes. I'm going to play this clip. The supposed newsman, nothing more than a sellout. I'll get to the music video and I'll explain it all.
And in case there are any conspiracy theorists out there, how would you prove to us that you're in zero gravity?
He says, in case there are any conspiracy theorists out there, why would he even state that? Look at that little smirk and look at his smirk. These two clowns are on the same team of deceivers on the payroll. Take a look at what the supposed astronaut does. He does a little flip. So I guess this is supposed to prove he's in space aboard the ISS. Let me play the video itself here. Let me get to the point here where it states, what you're about to see is real. We shot this in zero gravity in an actual plane in the sky. There are no wires or green screen. I'm going to mute the audio itself. It's not relevant to what is taking place, what needs to be explained. Play this clip here. Skip ahead a little bit. These band members, first thing they do is they throw up these laptops during the video and they basically float. Basically zero gravity. You're going to see these band members start floating around. This video is continuous. It goes on for approximately a little bit over 3 minutes. This is all done again in a zero-G plane by an S-7 Russian plane. They did multiple takes. And I'm going to show a news article basically explaining how they do this. Let's play a little bit more. I'm going to get into that. Skip ahead here a little bit. Well, I'll just keep playing it. And this is over the 30-second mark, when the maximum amount of time a plane could go the state of zero gravity is 27 seconds. So what these musicians are doing in this music video, and what the astronaut, supposed astronaut Scott Kelly did with that flip, is not very impressive when you see this taking place aboard the zero-G plane. Now let me get to this news article where they talk about OK Go's new music video. I'm going to show a little bit of the imagery here. I'm going to get down to what I'm speaking about here. Here they are in front of this plane. Here's basically the crew aboard filming the music video. And they get down to the portion where it's very revealing what's taking place. And it basically answers the question that many have about NASA and the supposed astronauts and their fakery. And it's right here, I believe, yes. It states the longest period of weightlessness that is possible to achieve in these circumstances is about 27 seconds. And after each period of weightlessness, it takes about 5 minutes for the plane to recover and prepare for the next round. Because we wanted the video to be a single, uninterrupted routine we shoot continuously over the course of 8 consecutive weightless periods, which took about 45 minutes total. We paused our actions and the music during the non-weightlessness periods, and then cut out the sections and smooth over each transition with a morph. And this is the key I want to talk about, the morph. Between each weightlessness period, which lasts, again, 27 seconds, this is how the astronauts do it. They basically morph the two clips together, or multiple clips, to make it smooth and seamless, to make it appear as it's continuous when it's really not. So again, I'm going to get back to the music video. Play a little bit more of this. Then I'm going to show another clip. It's basically the making of this video. I'm going to show something that I find pretty interesting in regards to the flat Earth. Basic reference to the flat Earth and the dome. I believe he's going to do another flip here. Again, it's not going to make the supposed astronaut Scott Kelly look impressive. You've seen enough of this. I'm going to get to the making of this video. I find this very interesting. Let me go to the very beginning here. I believe it's right here. They cut out here and they say, they put something on the screen. Okay, go upside down and inside out. The Thunderdome real. And this is the cult of the Thunderdome, as I mentioned before. Play a little bit more, where it states the grand finale of the music video for Upside Down and Inside Out was given the nickname Thunderdome. People don't understand what the Thunderdome means. I've explained it before. It's all going to make sense. All about mockery. For those that don't know about the flat Earth, there is a dome above us. When you hear thunder, it always echoes. Why does it echo? Because of the dome. Interesting enough, with this 1985 movie, as I mentioned, what you see here with Dr. Dealgood, and you see the Masonic square and compass, because of course the director George Miller is a Freemason, and you see the black gown as well. Again, understanding with these Freemasons, those behind the scenes, as I always state, as I showed before, the cult of the Thunderdome. You're going to understand why they reference in this music video. It's all about mockery. It's all about. Now again, talking about the dome, as I mentioned before, the Sky Dome. Another reference to the flat Earth with the dome above us. Interesting enough, with the Sky Dome logo itself, they have the D in dome open with the sun within the D of the dome. Again, just more mockery and truth in plain sight. Everything they do, there's a reason. They don't just, make up things out of thin air. There's always a backstory to what you see with these logos. As I mentioned before, the first actual dome stadium was the Astrodome. Understand, the first baseball team in Houston, Texas was called the Colt 45s. And after they built the dome, the name was changed to the Astros due to the space program. And interesting enough, you see the upper deck with the rainbow seats. Of course, the dome, you're going to get a reflection. That's why you get rainbows. It's a reflection of the dome above us. Looking at more domes here throughout history. Take a look here at Detroit, Michigan. Actually in Pontiac with the Silver Dome. And silver is a reference to lightning. So I mentioned before, you had the Thunder Dome. Now basically you have the Lightning Dome with the Silver Dome. Just like Quicksilver is a reference to lightning as well. Now taking a look at the Metrodome in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Basically, Metro is short for metropolitan, which basically represents a densely populated urban area. So you have an urban area under a dome. Talking about, or getting back on topic, with the supposed astronauts with Sunny Williams, this hideous woman with this hideous haircut. Understand the reason her hair is sticking up in this position throughout all of her videos. Understand, again, getting back the basic zero-G planes. They only last 27 seconds, even with the morphing technology. After each basic 27 segments of filming, they can't reproduce her hair in the same position. During these zero-G planes, her hair was not hairsprayed. It would just keep falling down, coming back up, and it wouldn't look right. It's just one aspect that totally exposes ISS and these supposed astronauts. Nothing more than frauds. Let's continue on here. Let me just take off the audio. Play this clip a little bit more. Now she turns sideways here. Totally exposes her hair as being hairsprayed into position. The zero-G plane that she's on, not on ISS. ISS does not exist. Her hair on the side here and on top should be going up. So what's the deal with that? And look at her go upside down, and her hair stay in the same position. All of her hair should be going up. It's not. Still going straight down. This alone exposes ISS, these fakers, these frauds, nothing but liars. I have this image here of the Wicked Witch of the West, because this hideous deceiver reminds me of her. Take a look at these images here and just compare. One and the same. Some people might think I'm being a little bit harsh, a little bit cruel. Understand, NASA and the government, they have defrauded the American public out of billions of dollars. And these people are treasonous. They know what they're taking part of. No sympathy with these people whatsoever. Nothing but a club of deceivers. All these astronauts, all those people in the media. How people can't see what's taking place here with this fakery and these liars and frauds is beyond me. People, want to believe this is real. They live in a fantasy land where lies are truth and truth are lies. And they can't get past the fact that they've been deceived their whole lives. Sad.
Astronauts to the moon. Astronauts to the moon. Astronauts to the moon. Astronauts to the moon.
The Force can have a strong influence on the weak-minded.
Over the last year or so, there's been a lot of discoveries in movies when it comes to Flat Earth, hidden in plain sight. And this is how the so-called elite love to do it. With this movie called The Ming Hags, starring Bam Margera. Take a look, and you're going to see in this classroom as a teacher speaking to a student. He's talking about education. What do you see right behind him? Take a look at exactly 11:33.
150 years of tradition and scholarship. You were the worst example of an educated person to ever walk this campus. In over 12 years of college education, you've managed to achieve only 2 credits towards graduation in...
There you go. There's your flat earth model, flat earth map. And what does it say right above it? It says Science 101. For those that claim to be awake and believe in the ball earth, you're still dead asleep. Just take a look again closer at the flat earth map and clearly see the continents. This is no dartboard. You try to rationalize your false beliefs, believing you're awake. saying 9/11 was an inside job, Sandy Hook was a hoax. If you can't take that step further and see what's taking place, you're only half awake at best. Again, it says Science 101. Complete mockery. Let's take a look at BAM here. And what do you see? Just like all the puppets in the game displaying the Masonic signs, you see the skull and the bones crossing his chest. And he even has a skeleton glove. Just to take it a step further, also, of course, the devil horns. All about duality, dual symbolism. Just to show the skull and bones for those who might not understand this. The secret society of Yale, where George Bush and John Kerry attended. Now, for those that haven't seen my previous video showing the flat earth model, hidden in plain sight as always in movies and TV. Like I've stated many times, truth in movies, comedy, and TV shows. In this case, with the TV show titled The King of Queens, starring Kevin James. Just take a listen to what Kevin James says during these segments. The mention basically of the flat earth with a dome above it.
Let's open up our world. You know, I don't want to open up our world. I want to close our world. Build a dome over it.
If you don't want to meet any new people, why'd you agree to go out with them?
Because Carrie can't know about the dome.
And there you go. Carrie can't know about the dome, which is a reference to the masses. Basically, we're not supposed to know about the dome.
Because Carrie can't know about the dome. We all gotta share this big spinning rock.
We gotta share this big spinning rock. More mockery.
We all gotta share this big spinning rock. And all is quiet in the dome.
More of the same.
And all is quiet in the dome.
Now this is a perfect example for a useful idiot, this Kevin James. Before playing the clip, just take a look at his t-shirt he's wearing here. Of course, he's just an actor. The lines are given to him. His wardrobe is given to him. Again, nothing more than a useful idiot. You see, 1969, this is a reference to the year of the moon landing, which is, of course, a hoax. Now take a listen.
I need to know how this whole dome business works.
There you go. More of the same. Just for reference, I'm going to play some previous videos on the flat earth with the dome above us. How obvious can it be? A lot of people, they're in denial. Of course they are. You've been programmed for 30, 40, 50, 60 years to believe lies. It's very hard to change. You know, once you're programmed, I understand that. Understand, for those that are new to the concept, all these teachers, in elementary school, middle school, high school, college, universities, they never been in space. They never saw the ball Earth from space. They're just relying on NASA and trusting NASA, a government agency, that they're telling the truth. Not first-hand knowledge whatsoever. This is how the governments, not just the U.S. government, all these governments are working together to deceive the masses. People might ask, why would they lie to us about living on a ball Earth when we actually live on a flat Earth with a dome? And as I've stated in previous videos, it's all about supporting the theory of evolution. So everything has to coincide with the school books. Can't teach evolution and teach at the same time that we live on a flat Earth with a dome. That would obviously mean that there is a creator, which there is, of course. I found this pretty interesting with Leonardo DiCaprio meeting up with the Pope, talking about the environment. And this is the interesting part of it. They are looking through a book, and Leonardo DiCaprio mentions the flat Earth. As I've mentioned many times, many of these events are scripted. Before it airs on TV, They know what's going to take place. It's discussed between all of them. So again, this is pushing the flat earth to mainstream, putting it in the mind subconsciously. I'm going to play a little bit of this clip. I'll include the link to the Reuters.com website, the link to the full video. You can take a look at it. I'll just play a little bit of it right.
And in the third panel, we see a blackened sky that represents so much to me of what's going on in the environmental movement today. Yet in the back, you have Hieronymus Bosch painting planet Earth when many thought that the Earth was still flat. The Earth was still flat. Earth was still flat.
I just saw this music video by Owl City. The name of the song is titled Fireflies. Like I mentioned many times, with these so-called artists in the music industry, just like Hollywood actors, they're given scripts to read. Basically, the lyrics for the songs, the music videos are not their creations. They don't have creative control. That's by those that pull the strings from behind the scenes. I'm going to show the flat earth with the dome symbolism hidden in plain sight. Right here at the side angle with the fish tank, with the dome globe. To continue the video a little bit more, I'm going to talk about why they show the top angle. There's a reason. Right there, you have the type-speak fishing net, and there's the dome globe with the ice ring with the wizard in the middle. Just like with the ice ring and the flat earth concept, I've shown many times, and the dome, of course, over the flat earth. Find this pretty interesting. I go back to that spot again. I find it pretty interesting with the fish tank and the fish net. This is basically, it symbolizes being caught, in the trap of lies, basically, what I believe it's all about. And the fish tank itself, which is a more accurate representation of the world we live in, compared to the so-called ball earth, supposedly due to gravity, which is nothing more than a theory, trillions and trillions of gallons of water are sticking to the bottom, sticking to the side. Completely ridiculous how we all been basically brainwashed to believe this lie. To continue this video, just take a listen to the lyrics to the song, which again, it's not created by these so-called artists. They're just performers of songs that are given to them.
I like to make myself believe planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep.
He mentions staying awake or being asleep, and that reminds me of the movie They Live with Roddy Piper. They live and we sleep, Truth in the lyrics, as usual, as a form of mockery.
'Cause everything is never as it seems.
I find that interesting. Nothing is as it seems, like I played before with Madonna's song. Just take a listen to these lyrics again from American Life.
I'm just living out the American dream, and I just realized that nothing is what it seems.
There you go. It's more of the same. You have basically the same lyrics being sung by Madonna and by Owl City with Fireflies. You see the connection here. I'm going to continue on. More of the same from Owl City.
It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep. 'Cause everything is never as it seems.
Interesting enough, going back a little bit in the video, while he's singing, you have the ball earth in the background. Again, you see the flat earth symbolism, you see the so-called ball earth in the same videos. It reminds me of Back to the Future, and I'll play this little clip with the flat earth symbolism hidden in plain sight as well. Well, I'll show this scene here from Back to the Future, the very first opening scene with the clocks. They show the flat earth map on this clock hidden in plain sight. And while the video's playing, I included the lyrics from the song from Toto. As I point out here, Lucasfilm, this logo, always the occult. There's always a hidden story behind all these occultic logos with Lucasfilm here. You have the dome over the flat earth, and you have the sun and the moon hidden in plain sight. And that's exactly how the flat earth works, just like a clock. You have basically the moon and the sun. And the sun moves faster than the moon. That's exactly what's taking place here with this symbol as well over the flat earth. I just saw this video on Movie Matrix channel. I'll include a link to his original video in the description box below this video. Find it very interesting, a reference to the flat earth in a 1960 movie titled Inherent the Wind. There's nothing new under the sun. Like I stated so many times, truth in movies, lies in the news. And interesting enough, in this fan this man is holding, it says compliments of Mason's funeral parlor. Just a little reference to those behind the scenes pulling the strings. Take a look.
We'll play in your ballpark, Colonel. Now, I'd like to get this part clear first. This is the book. This is the book that you're an authority on, isn't it? That is correct. You believe that every word written in this book should be taken literally? Everything in the Bible should be accepted exactly as it is given there. Now, what about this part right here, where it talks about Jonah being swallowed by the whale? You figure that really happened? The Bible does not say a whale. It says a big fish. As a matter of fact, it says a great fish. But I guess that one's pretty much the same as the other. Now, what do you think about that business? I believe in a God who can make a whale, and who can make a man, and make both do what he pleases. God bless you, Matthew Harrison Grady. I want those amens in the record. Now, I recollect a story about Joshua. Joshua making the sun stand still. As an expert, you tell me that that's as right as the Jonah business? That's a pretty neat trick. I do not question or scoff at the miracles of the Lord, as do ye of little faith. Have you ever pondered what would actually happen to the earth if the sun stood still? You can testify to that if I get you on the stand. If, as they say, the sun stood still, they must have had some kind of an idea that the sun moved around the earth. Do you think that's the way of things? Or don't you believe that the earth moves around the sun? I have faith in the Bible. You don't have much faith in the solar system. The sun stopped. Good. Now, if what you say actually happened, if Joshua stopped the sun in the sky, the earth stopped spinning in its axis. Continents toppled over one another, mountains flew into space, and the earth, shriveled to a cinder, crashed into the sun. Now, how come they missed that little tidbit of news? They missed it because it didn't happen. But it had to happen. It must have happened according to natural law. Or don't you believe in natural law, Mr. Brady? Would you ban Copernicus from the classroom along with Charles Darwin? Would you pass a law throwing out all scientific knowledge since Joshua? Revelations, period? Natural law was born in the mind of the Heavenly Father. He can change it, cancel it, use it as he pleases. It constantly amazes me that you apostles of science, for all your supposed wisdom, fail to grasp this simple fact.
God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, Let there be light. And there was light. And God saw the light that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness He called night. The evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, the gathering together of the waters called He seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that that was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And God said, Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens, in the firmament of the heavens, in the firmament of the heavens, in the firmament of the heavens. Then spake Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day. Fear before him all the earth. The world also shall be stable, that it be not moved. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. For he looketh to the ends of the earth, and seeth under the whole heaven.
All the videos I've been making about the flat earth over the last few months, I always get the same questions over and over again. I'm going to try to cover them in this one video. And probably the most frequently asked question is about the lunar eclipse. Of course, with this ball of earth theory, you get the sun, the earth, and the moon. And with the sun casting a shadow on the moon, so you're only going to see that top portion. In this case, the top portion of the moon with the bottom portion being shadowed off supposedly by the ball of earth. Before I show a clip of a couple in the St. Louis area recording a lunar eclipse taking place while the sun and the moon are above the horizon, they unwittingly prove that the earth does not create a lunar eclipse. Now, with this quote from F.H. Cook, The Terrestrial Plane, according to the global theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the sun, earth, and moon are in direct line. But it's on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both sun and moon have been visible above the horizon. Now, before watching the video, wait till he gets to the part where he sees the moon and the sun above the horizon, and then he sees the shadow of the moon on the upper portion. It should be on the lower portion if we live in a ball of earth. Take a look and listen to how he struggles to explain this, and he just calls it an illusion. Take a look and listen.
So it's December 10th, about 6:30 in the morning. It's about 18 degrees out here, and we're standing on top of Poke Mounds, just east of St. Louis. Behind me is a full moon, which will soon be going into a full lunar eclipse as it sets, kind of a rare experience, while at the same time behind us, the sun is already being arrived. So it's going to be a very interesting and beautiful experience. Oh my God. So it's about 6:55, and as you can see, we're a little bit brighter out here. You can see the shadow creeping across the moon. It's a little hard to see, I'm sure, in the camera, but from here, it makes it clearly. It's about a third of the way covered. The moon is starting to turn nice and orange. Over our right shoulder, you can see downtown getting some nice early morning sun, which is getting very bright on the eastern horizon behind us.
There's the sun.
Here, yeah. We still have the moon out, which is slowly eclipsing, and it's still cold. Okay, So it's now about 7:04 a.m. and over my shoulder you probably cannot see anything, but through the stacks of the refinery back there, we can just barely make out a little bit of the moon left. It's about 2/3 the way covered with Earth's shadow.
Now take a look. The top portion of the moon is covered. Again, with the supposed Ball Earth theory, the bottom portion of the moon should be eclipsed, not the top. Keep watching.
Turning a sort of pale orange, pinkish color. So with the bright morning sun coming up, there's not enough contrast to be able to see the moon there. We can still see it just a little bit. What I find very interesting is I was expecting the shadow to come upward across the moon as it would go down and it would pass into shadow, and actually it's going the other way around. The shadow, as the moon is here, the shadow is creeping down across the moon, even though the sun's coming up over here, and that must be because of the moon's rotation around the Earth. It's moving farther up, even though the sun's light is actually coming from over there. It's actually coming underneath the Earth.
So he's saying the light is coming underneath the Earth, the ball. There's no way. This guy's trying to figure things out based on the lies in the science books. He can't get around it.
Imagine the sun is here, the Earth is here, and the moon is back here, and the light was coming under the Earth, but the moon must be rotating around even though we're turning, so it looks like the moon is going down. It's kind of an optical illusion. It's pretty cool. So the sun is scheduled to set at 7:08.
He says optical illusion. It reminds me of this video. I might as well show it now. And I played this clip before with the weatherman trying to explain away why you can see the Chicago skyline 60 miles across Lake Michigan. Take a look and take a listen.
Found this photo from Grandmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki. And what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage.
Again, I pointed this out before. With superior mirages, they would be inverted, not like this. So again, when the foundations are lie, they have to keep lying to keep their lie together, keep their lie intact. I don't know if he's just playing stupid or what, but definitely this is no mirage. Let's take a look a little bit, listen to a little bit more
of the Chicago skyline. Very interesting here. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky.
And as I pointed out before, a superior mirage is inverted just like this. And you saw that Chicago skyline? It was right side up. You didn't see that inverted mirage. Guys flat out lying or just misinformed. And another example of a superior mirage. Again, you see the inversion. And again, another image, another photo of the Chicago skyline. And obviously, these buildings are not inverted. Also note, the sun is much closer to us than we're told as well.
They have taken the hearts and minds of our leaders. They have recruited the rich and the powerful, and they have blinded us to the truth.
Just like the preacher man said, and they live. They've been blinded to the truth. And the truth has always been in plain sight. There's so many clocks with the moon and the sun on them. And you'll see that hour hand next to the moon and the minute hand next to the sun. That's exactly how the moon and sun work. With the moon moving slow and the sun relatively moving at a faster rate. Taking a look at this model here with the flat earth with the sun and the moon revolving above the flat Earth. Again, much closer than we're told. Nowhere near 93 million miles away. More like 3,000 miles away. So again, understand, the moon moves much slower and the sun moves at a faster rate. Now understanding, bring this down here a little bit, why you get the polar nights and the 24-hour sunlight in Norway and Alaska. When the sun is positioned closest to Alaska and Norway, it's basically rotating over these regions. And that's why you get these 24-hour daylights during specific times of the year. And that's why, again, certain points of the year you're going to get constant darkness down in Antarctica. Now understand, you're never going to get 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica, for the simple fact Antarctica is the ring around the world. So, for example, when the sun, say it's positioned right here and is moving along, of course, it cannot cover the whole ring and go round and round and cover it. It can only take place near the so-called North Pole. So this is a very short video explaining the polar nights. Now quickly explain the polar nights. Here in Svalbard, Norway, you can see this image here. Now let's take a look at it on the map. And this is, of course, the false map that we are given in the history books in the schools. So again, it's that simple. Why you get 24-hour nights and 24-hour days in this region up here. Again, with the so-called North Pole, with Alaska and Norway in this region. The sun altering its position on the flat Earth. Down low here, you don't hear about, again, 24-hour daylight in southern Argentina, Chile, and New Zealand, South Africa. Doesn't happen because, again, on the flat Earth, which makes the most sense, the globe Earth makes no sense whatsoever, easily explained with a simple demonstration. I'm getting a lot of questions about satellites. You know, this is their evidence that the Earth is a ball. Now let's take a look at these images of these satellites. Do these look real to you? I want you people that talk about satellites all the time to show me a real image of a satellite. All you get are these CGI images, not a single real image of a satellite anywhere. Why is that? All we get is this fake garbage. You get a CGI satellite, you get a CGI planet, all bogus. 100%. So, for all you people coming to my channel, talking about satellites, make a video, produce real satellites. You can't do it because they don't exist. Period. Supposedly close to 3,000 satellites up in space. Again, all we get is this fake garbage. Now let's look at what ISS has to produce as far as real satellites. Get that fake garbage. You get this. All CGI, computer animated. Looks like a video game. Where are the satellites? You don't see any because they don't exist. Look at this. Wow. You believe this is real? If you believe this is real, you're going to believe every single lie NASA, the media, your government tells you. You've been completely blinded from birth. You believe everything you've been told your whole life. And any time someone questions an official story by your leaders, you get angry, you get upset, you get defensive. Because no one likes to be told they've been lied to their entire lives. So keep watching this video, and again, show me where the satellites are. There are none. At least with this fake computer animated garbage, I'm surprised they didn't make any fake satellites. I guess they think, oh, here's one. This must be real. Because this video is provided by NASA. But all you get, again, is computer animated garbage. Your whole life is nothing but garbage. Full of lies. That's all you get. You get angry at so-called conspiracy theorists who tell you the truth. Haters of truth, lover of lies. And some might ask, how does technology such as GPS and other technology that require satellites? It's very simple. All by ground towers, high-powered ground towers, and under-ocean fiber optic cables. And like I stated, the so-called elite work on opposites. Whatever is the truth, they're going to tell us the exact opposite. Like I stated with evolution, the Earth being a ball when it's really flat, the distance of the sun, and this is exactly what I'm talking about, telling us how the sun is supposedly 93 million miles away when it's actually only a few thousand miles away. And with this video demonstration, I've showed this before in a previous video, you can clearly see how the sun is much closer. I'm going to actually show two footages, one of a time-lapse over Lake Michigan looking over Chicago, Illinois, and another time-lapse of the sunset in South Africa. Take a look, and I'll also explain the vanishing point. Now, as you can see, as the sun is basically just circling the Earth, and you can clearly see how the sun is localized in this one area. You're going to see the clouds being lit up right here at this point. Understand, the sun is nowhere, again, as far as we're told, it's nowhere near as large as we're told. It's much smaller and much closer. It's all under the firmament. The sun was in actuality 93 million miles away. The whole sky should be illuminated. It's not. It's localized again. But it's a little bit more. You can clearly see what's happening here is called the vanishing point. It is not going over or under the ball. It is just circling, going around. And I'll show that in a second. I'll let this video conclude. And it appears at this point to go around the ball. It's not. Again, it's the vanishing point. I'll show that right now. And with this image, as you can see, these three telephone poles are the same height. You can see here the one nearest appears taller, and the one furthest appears smaller, to the point where you can't see them anymore, and they appear to disappear. Again, this is called the vanishing point. Now, taking a look at these real life telephone poles, the same deal. These are all the same height, but due to perspective, one furthest away appears shorter when they're not. They're all the same height. As you go down the line, the one furthest away appears to lose its legs, basically. You just see the top portion. That's the exact same thing that happens to the sun. This location here. Same exact thing. Now, taking a look at this time lapse from South Africa. Basically the same thing. You're going to see how the sun is moving and the earth is still stationary, fixed, like the Bible states. It's clear as day. Take a look. And again, much smaller than we're told and much closer. Everything is within the firmament. No way this sun is 93 million miles away and this would happen. and obviously much smaller than we're told as well. Again, this is how they work on opposites. When you work off opposites, when you tell someone, for example, something is A, when in actuality it's Z, it's too far for the human mind to accept. And this is what they have done to the masses from generation through generation. Understand, 500 years ago, people believed the earth was flat. If you told them you were living on a ball, you would be ridiculed, made fun of. This is how society's controlled. The sheep mentality.
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate. And officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
How do you like it? They tell you all the time what to do, what to think, what to feel. Do you want to be like a sheep? Like all those other people, man? Do you understand? That piece of shit up there, I never like him. I never trusted him.
I was sent this photo earlier today. An airplane view over Dubai. Specifically looking at the Burj Khalifa building, the world's tallest building. Of course, you can see the horizon completely flat. No curvature whatsoever. I'm going to show a documentary on the Burj Khalifa building. Again, the world's tallest building. And I find something pretty interesting. This is just going to go to show that these people that put this video together, called Provident Real Estate Dubai, they put this animation together and they purposely put a curved ball earth in the background. They know exactly what they're doing, completely misleading people. Just like the video I made on the Twin Towers. They mislead people when they do documentaries talking about the curvature of the earth. These people, they're all in on it. They know the earth is flat. Take a look. Clearly see in this animation again how they try to depict a ball earth.
Peel cages up and slot them into special molds called jump forms.
Take a look. See the curvature on this animation.
And 12 hours later, when the concrete hardens,
Now comparing that animation with that phony curvature to a real life photo. That's the cartoon world. The subconscious mind absorbs it and they see that curvature that is not real. Again, this real photo, flat as a pancake. You can clearly see that ruler. How clear can it be? You know anything about the supposed curvature that we're told doesn't add up? Taking a look here at this chart, I pointed this out many, many times. At 100 miles, the curvature's over 6,600 feet. What do you see here? Nothing. Flat as a pancake, like I said. No curvature. This is the flat earth. Now I'll play my previous video showing the top view from the Twin Tower as well. Totally exposes the lies of the ball earth. Before looking at the footage on top of the World Trade Center tower, I want to go over what science says is the supposed curvature of the earth, with the earth's circumference supposedly being 25,000 miles around. And that leads you to this chart with the first mile. Within the first mile, there's supposedly 8 inches of curvature. Then it goes by square, with the second mile being 32 inches, and so forth, with 72 in the third. And basically, over each mile, the curvature gets very dramatic very fast. Within 10 miles, that's 800 inches, which calculates to be a little bit over 66 feet. And at 60 miles, that brings you to 2,400 feet. And that's over a quarter mile of curvature. Now let's take a look at the footage. Now with this footage from New York, with the World Trade Center tower, they show engineers working on the spire. Now let's take a look at the footage. You can clearly see how there's no curvature to the earth. Right there. This point, all the way across, is a straight line. Again, going back to that chart, there should be a dramatic curve to the earth. And sometimes we watch videos, not sometimes, a lot of times, and you'll see curvature. But those are with fish eye lens cameras. And that's how you get it. I'm going to show a little bit of that towards the end of this video. You can see where they use standard cameras and the fish eye lens, which distorts the perspective and makes people believe, to go along with what science says, that we lived on a spinning ball floating in space. Again, when they do these documentaries, unknowingly they're exposing themselves in other ways that are paying attention to detail. A little bit more look here. Again, right there. Perfectly flat. See these buildings? I'm going to show in a little bit when they use a GoPro camera with the fish eye lens. And you're going to see a distortion. All these buildings are pointing straight up like they should. It's all going to make sense in a little bit. Now taking a look at this footage with the engineer using a completely different camera, this one a fish eye lens camera, and you can see a dramatic curve to the earth. Not the same camera as used earlier. You see that distortion? You see that drastic curve to the earth? These buildings leaning to one side? It's all distorted because of the lens of the camera, giving the false perspective. Now with this footage, you're going to completely see how the fish eye lens camera completely distorts the horizon to make it look like it's a ball. There you go. Going from flat to curved. And this is the entire purpose behind these fish eye lens cameras. For the simple fact they need to cover themselves for situations like this. Completely curved. Buildings curved. Everything's curved. Complete distortion. Now take a look at this footage from on top of the South Tower a year before the towers came down. It's a nice pan from on top of the tower showing how the horizon is completely flat. Clear as day. Flat earth. How people can't see this is beyond me. Like I've stated many times, the occult's always hidden in plain sight. That's the way the so-called elite like to do it. A lot of people focus on these twin towers. They're awed by it. Nothing but two giant pillars or two giant 11s. People never bother to take a look at what's right in front of them. With these three particular buildings here, this one you can see the full pyramid. This one is an uncapped pyramid. But what do you have here? You have the dome on top of the building. And this represents the firmament, or the flat earth. Just like the dome of the rock in Jerusalem. This entire construction is based around the firmament over the flat earth. Just like I pointed out many times with the flat earth concept, the solid firmament above the flat earth. And also, like I stated many times, the occult hidden in plain sight with these record albums. Michael Jackson's Blood on the Dance Floor. And what do you see? The Masonic checkerboard floor. You see the dome again. The clouds shaped like buildings, just like the dome of the rock in Jerusalem. This entire construction is based around the firmament over the flat earth. Just like I pointed out many times with the flat earth concept, the solid firmament above the flat earth. Just a little close-up of the dome and the pyramid right in front of the towers. Taking a look at Michael Jackson's arms and their positioning. Everything they do, there's a reason. And of course, this is not actually Michael Jackson. This is a painting of Michael Jackson pointing his arms in this direction. And there's a reason, like I stated, for everything. And you can clearly see here with his arms pointing at 9/11. Always the occult hidden in plain sight. I just saw some really good footage from YouTube user GoodOfAll72 looking over Lake Ontario in Canada at the Toronto skyline. He's positioned on top of Mount Hamilton. Take a look at this footage and I'm going to break it down. I'm not going to talk too much through this footage. I'm just going to break it down a little bit more what he covers. Take a look.
This is the view from Mountain Face Park off of Mountain Park Road in Hamilton. Those are the Hamilton steel factories. I don't know which one is Stelco, or it used to be Stelco. And this is a view of Toronto from 30-something miles.
Here's the bridge as shown in the video. He was looking over an industrial area and part of the harbor. And I would say his approximate location is here. I might be a little bit off, but let's take a look using Google's measuring distance calculator. Let's figure out the distance here approximately to the skyline, but it measures out to be a little bit over 36 miles. Now again, taking a look at the Toronto skyline, let's take a look. You can even look further down beyond the skyline, down the Lake of Ontario. Let's take a look how far it goes down. So here's Toronto again. And so those buildings you saw, just to the right of the skyline, coming all the way down to Scarborough, down to this point, Port Union. So this is, well beyond 40 to 50 miles that you can see. With the supposed curvature, they all should be at a slanted angle, and they're not. There's more evidence, and I'm going to play the remainder of this video, and you're going to see how flat the Earth is.
And you can see past Toronto quite a ways, and the lake. Flatter than flat.
clearly ridiculous. Though I've actually been contacted by some flat earthers saying I'm covering up the fact that it's some Atlantean conspiracy. But
again, all the shills, Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, these mainstream shills, of course, they're going to push the ball Earth, which is a complete lie. And again, of course, Joe Rogan's a shill, all on board. He wouldn't have his position on TV, the UFC, on Alex Jones' show, and all of his connections if he wasn't. You see the 666 on his t-shirt, the devil horns, him in this photo with Anton LaVey's grandson. It's clearly obvious. You got to be one of them to be where you're at. Anybody, again, that makes it on TV, you got to be part of that exclusive club. No other way. So if you're looking for a legit truth speaker in the mainstream media on TV, they're not there. You're not going to find them. You're looking all the wrong places. Period. This is just a quick follow-up video to my last one. For all those that believe in the ball Earth, that we're spinning on a ball that's traveling at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. What do you base it upon? A bunch of teachers that told you your whole life that we live on a ball. Have any of these teachers viewed the supposed ball from space? Absolutely not. They're just teaching what they've been told. Only governments have been out in space. The most recent so-called space flight by the founder of Amazon, Jeff Bezos, was nothing but a joke. I might as well play that video again so people understand. In 50 years since the supposed moon landings, this is all we get. A supposed rocket going into space and landing back down. Complete ridiculous. I'll show that footage again so people can see how ridiculous this thought of spaceflight is. Just like all the programming with all these TV shows and movies about spaceflight, with Star Trek, with Independence Day. You've all been programmed to believe a lie. You must unlearn what you have learned and realize, again, everybody has taught you about the ball Earth that we supposedly live on. Not one of them has actually seen the ball Earth from space. So your belief that we live on a spinning ball is based on what the government tells you. NASA being a government agency, and understand all these governments are working together to deceive the masses. People need to wake up and realize we all have been born into deception. Very few can find their way out of it. Just look at NASA's logo. When you see that forked tongue just like a serpent, just like Satan, with this government agency, just like the psyops in the news, NASA is nothing more than a psyop as well. Of course, just realize everything we've been told, from evolution to us living on a spinning ball, to the news that we receive daily on CNN, is nothing but a lie. People need to unplug from all the lies that they feed us and realize things in this world are nothing what it seems. I just saw the video of Blue Origin's rocket launch. It's a complete joke, nothing but CGI fakery mixed with some real people interacting on the ground, but overall, nothing but garbage. And I already know what's going to happen with this entire project. Just like Virgin Galactic with Richard Branson, you're going to see a future failure of some sort, and they're going to have to abort the whole program. This is nothing but basically a psyop to make us believe it's possible to get in space. Since NASA's space program with the shuttle program is being over, they've got to continue the lie, and this time with these private companies. Take a look at the footage. Nothing but fakery, nothing but CGI. That's all they will give us.
Drag brake check good. Forward fin check good. Aft fin check good. LGS check good.
Ready for flight.
T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 7, 6, 5, 4. Command engine start. 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Approaching max Q. Main engine cut out.
Bunch of phonies.
CC detects separation.
She just said CC detects separation. And CC is code for 33. This is nothing more than a Masonic hoax, a PSYOP.
PM confirms separation.
Complete garbage, fakery, CGI. What is this crap? Nothing but garbage. You get excited over this? Just watching a video game. All you're watching.
Stroke parachute deploy. Main parachute deploy.
They do here. I'm not saying this is absolutely fake with the parachutes in this pod here. But, you know, this is how they do it. They edit parts of the film. Of course, all you saw was CGI in the beginning. They might, again, you know, had a parachute bring down this capsule. But nonetheless, this is complete garbage, complete fakery. And like I said, the end result is there's going to be some type of, you know, basically something that goes wrong. And they're going to have to scrap this entire program. This is what it's all about. This is NASA, you know, basically the shuttle missions are no longer happening. They got to keep the dream of space alive. And, you know, just a few seconds of the fake ball Earth with that CGI garbage that they showed us.
Touchdown.
PM's at 20,000 feet.
Now this is
Drag
complete
brake deploy.
garbage here.
Estimate 10 seconds until engine restart.
How this thing comes straight down out of space and stays in position, doesn't, you know, wobble, and how it comes down for a perfect landing. It's a complete joke.
12,000 feet. 5,000 feet. Engine starting. We have thrust.
Reminds me watching a movie.
LGS deploy.
Fake
50
sound
feet,
effects.
7 feet per second.
And where's the, like I said, where's the amateur footage for this? You know, this Blue Origin project, you only get the footage directly from them. What about any amateur footage or any other people taking footage of this? Not buying it for a second.
Touchdown. Engine stop.
Fake CGI flames. Watching a movie. Yeah, right. Fake phony show. Now let's break down this footage with the supposed celebration after the Blue Origin landed. While everybody's focusing on the people celebrating this fake phony celebration, just like this fake phony rocket launch and landing, here's the issue. Where are the burnt marks from the thrust? There are none. And don't tell me they dragged the Blue Origin to this location to capture this footage for this celebration. Complete garbage. Again, this is all they can give us. Nothing but fakery. Take a look. There you go.
Perfect landing.
Yeah, perfect
we made
landing.
history today.
We made history. Sure you did. All we get is this junk they give us. Complete propaganda. People see it. You know, anything on CNN is provided by NASA or any of these big companies. Like I said, with Richard Branson, that project was scrapped. And the same thing's going to happen with this project. You're going to see something go wrong, and they're going to say we have to scrap the project. It's completely ridiculous. People believe the moon landing. Nearly 50 years later, this is all we get. You know, it's a complete joke. I'm going to show a little bit of a close-up so you can see there's absolutely no residue from the supposed rocket thrusters. And again, taking a look at underneath the rocket, at the asphalt, you don't see any burn marks from the thruster rocket. All you see is basically shadows from this rocket itself. This is basically nothing more than a prop. That's all it is. Complete fakery, complete garbage, 100% exposed. What's taking place reminds me with this scene from They Live with the Preacher Man, what he says. All that's taking place in this world with the government and the rich and powerful, which are recruited to take part in the deception that's taking place. All part of the Matrix. Take a listen. It's only a few seconds long. It completely adds up to what's taking place in this world.
They have recruited the rich and the powerful, and they have blinded us to the truth.
100% truth. Like I said so many times, truth in movies, lies in the news.
If nobody tells you that it's an illusion or nobody brings your attention to it, then how are you going to know?
Space, the final frontier.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Fascinating, fascinating, fascinating.
I want to talk about the Ball Earth brainwashing, starting off as children, entering school, as you see these young children, probably more than likely kindergarten or first grade, of course with the teacher looking at a globe, of course shaping and forming the minds, completely brainwashing in the school system. And then when the kids get out home, their parents will buy them a record such as this one, My World is Round. Just more brainwashing. And then, that's not enough. You're watching Sesame Street as a child. And what do you see? The Yip Yip monsters. And they're looking at the Ball Earth. I'm going to play a video in a little bit before I get to it with the two Yip Yip monsters looking at the Earth, looking through a map on a book, trying to discover Earth. All about brainwashing and conditioning. That's what this is all about. Then you have these geeks, John Kerry, Barack Obama, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. After all the brainwashing over the years, then they mock you. If you do not believe in the Ball Earth, you're nuts, you're crazy. And the so-called elite hire two geeks like this, Mark Dice and Red Silver J, to reinforce the lies. I mean, if these guys are so-called truthers, and they're on the same page as these three, you know something's up. Just taking a look at Review Manify's opening at his video. What do you see here? You see the side of the Ball Earth. I don't know what the deal is with this cardboard box floating in space. Some kind of symbolism. You look at Mark Dice. Can't figure out this guy's a shill. You're clueless. Covering the right eye just like so many puppets in the movie and music industry. Just like these sellouts. Absolutely no difference. Just a club of deceivers. I'm going to play the video clips of the Yip Yip monsters from Sesame Street, and after that I'm going to play my previous video with John Kerry, Barack Obama, and Neil deGrasse Tyson mocking the flat Earth. If this flat Earth wasn't true, why would they go out of their way? These two, of course, have speech writers. You know, when they go up there and speak, there's no wasted motion. They wouldn't bring up the flat Earth for nothing. Especially the timing of it all, with this mass awakening with the flat Earth. And I'll play a little clip at the very end with Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about flat Earth as well.
Yep. Oh. Earth. Yep. Book. Oh. Nope. Oh, stars. Yep. Stars. Yep. Oh. Earth. Earth, yep, Earth, yep, yep. Oh, nope. Moon. Yep. Moon. Yep. Oh. Earth. Yep. Earth. Yep. Oh. Nope. Oh. Pigs. Yep. Pigs. Oink. Pigs. Yep. Oh. Earth. Yep. Earth. Yep. Oh. Earth. Yep. Big Earth. Good Earth. Yep.
People used to joke years and years ago about those who argued that the earth was flat. And for a long period of time, people argued that the earth was flat, even when the evidence of astronomers and others and explorers evidenced that it was in fact quite the opposite. And so we have, in effect, with respect to climate change in America today, what is fundamentally a flat earth caucus. A bunch of people, some of them in the United States Congress itself, who still argue against all the science, all the evidence. They argue that somehow we don't know enough about climate change, or they argue that the evidence is sufficient, or they argue that it just is a hoax.
Now, I know there are still a few who insist that climate change is one big hoax, even a political conspiracy. My friends, these people are so out of touch with science that they believe rising sea levels don't matter because in their view, the extra water is just going to spill out over the sides of a flat earth. They're wrong, obviously. For the benefit of those who may still question the 97% of peer-reviewed studies on climate change, let me just underscore, you don't need to be a scientist to know that the earth is round, that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and that gravity is the reason that objects fall to the ground. You could pick 100 different examples of simple things that happen every day that reflect science and determinations of science. And you don't need to be a scientist.
They must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They would not have believed that the world was round. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
In the clip that you showed of the president, you don't talk about the spherical Earth with NASA in it and then say, oh, now let's give equal time to the flat earthers.
How'd you like it? They tell you all the time what to do, what to think, what to feel. Do you want to be like a sheep? Like all those other people, man? Do you understand? That piece of shit up there, I never like him. I never trusted him.
And in case there are any conspiracy theorists out there, how would you prove to us that you're in zero gravity?
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Mind control to Major Tom.
With all the videos I'm making about the flat Earth, I thought I'd look into flight simulators and see if the instructors talk about the curvature of the Earth or if there's any curvature on the screen at all. And first off, let's take a look at this chart with the Earth's circumference supposedly being 25,000 miles. The first mile, the curvature is supposed to be at 8 inches. Then it gets to be dramatic squared. Second mile is 32 inches. Third mile is 72 inches, and so forth. You get down to 100 miles, it's over a mile of curvature. Now, before showing the footage, I find it interesting what the flight instructor says. Never talks about the curvature. All he talks about is keeping the plane level. Not going down too much, not going up too high. Keeping the plane level. It only makes sense on a flat Earth. Take a listen.
Okay, very nice. Okay, can you see this red line over here? If our speed reaches there, the aircraft will fall out of the sky. Yeah, it will just suddenly lose lift. Okay, very good. Up a little bit more. That's right. So now we're following the crosshair. So you notice we're exactly in the square. Okay, and this arrow is now pointing up, telling us we're climbing very slowly. Can you see our altitude changing very slowly? Yeah. This is what first class wants. They always want to fly in a straight line. They don't want to go up, down. They don't want to turn. Okay.
They don't want to go up. They don't want to go down. They want to stay in a straight line. With the chart I showed and the supposed dramatic curvature of the Earth, that makes absolutely no sense. And these simulators, you can watch all the simulation videos you want. You can call this a synthetic flight simulation. It doesn't matter.
And that's why we're climbing very nice and slowly. Can you see that? Okay. So from the back, you don't feel it at all. The aircraft is very stable. The structure is very sound. Okay. That's good. Okay. Until we reach 330. Okay. Then we're going to slowly start to level the aircraft. Turn in opposite direction. Okay. Until we're totally flat. Keep twisting until we're totally
flat.
Okay.
Until we're totally flat. With the dramatic curvature, like I said already, talking about keeping the plane flat.
So after the takeoff, there's a few things we need to do. We need to turn the automatic brake off. And we need to put the landing gear in the off position. So out of the safety, only to the off position. That's good. Very nice. Okay, you notice that we start to drop, so straight away bring the nose back up. Okay, up a little bit more.
Bring the nose up.
Try and put the...
Bring the nose up with the Earth that supposedly has that dramatic curvature.
Crosshair in the middle of the square. See, the computer is telling you, check altimeter. Okay, and we're descending because we have the nose a little bit too low. Let's level the aircraft.
The instructor keeps talking about keeping the plane up, keeping it straight. Makes no sense on a ball Earth. Using these two airport runways, it's going to prove we live on a fixed flat Earth. This is basically a summary of Brian Mullen's video. It's called Balls Out Physics. I highly recommend watching it. He goes into full detail. This is just a quick summary. Bottom line is, the example he used of LAX, with that runway going from west to east, landing in Jacksonville, Florida, with that runway from south to north. Now take a look at this demonstration with this plane taking off at LAX going eastbound. Now with the plane going approximately 500 miles an hour in a spinning ball Earth, how does it work on a spinning ball that a plane going 500 miles an hour can simply turn and land on a runway going north and south? The plane would simply just veer off. No way it's possible on a spinning ball that this plane can land on a north-south runway. Let me use an example here. Imagine if this airplane is a car. going down the street at a steady rate. Everybody knows when you pull up to your driveway, the car almost has to come to a complete stop. Cannot maintain that speed and just turn into a driveway. Can happen. Simple physics. So this simple demonstration, it proves without a shadow of a doubt we live on a fixed flat earth. This is a follow-up on my previous video about the Houston Astrodome and the cult of Houston, Texas. And first off, taking a look at this biblical flat earth model. This one is by Orlando Ferguson, copyrighted 1893, Hot Springs, South Dakota. This one's a professor. Let's take a look here, what I find pretty interesting. Of course, you see the moon and the sun. You see a third object above the flat earth. It's a pointed sun, a pointed star. Now, how's this all going to connect to the Astrodome? I'll explain. It all makes sense. Now, taking a look at this REM album cover called Automatic for the People with this star, and this is, like I've mentioned many times, those that own and control this world, their bloodline goes all the way to Babylon. They migrated to Egypt, worked their way to Europe, and of course, eventually found their way to the United States. And this is a way to pay tribute to their bloodline with this Babylonian star. And I'm going to show that in a little bit here, how it's all going to connect. It's all going to make sense. This image of that star ornament, was a photo from a hotel in Miami, Florida, called the Sinbad Motel. So you see the connection with that star and why they went out of their way to go all the way to Miami, Florida to get that photo from this hotel. Now, taking a look at this star in its very interesting location right in front of the Houston Astrodome, and this is right after completion in 1965. Millions upon millions of people have been to events at the Houston Astrodome. They're driving this parking lot, they see this symbol, and have absolutely no clue with the hidden meaning behind it. All goes back to Babylon. Now, taking a look at this old Babylonian tablet, what do you see? That 8-pointed star, just like I stated earlier, right in front of the Houston Astrodome. So you see the connection. This is not by coincidence, but all by design. And now, taking a look again at the flat earth model, this is biblical, like I stated, with the 4 corners in the circle within the square. Like I've stated many times, everything you see on TV, every program, even when it comes to WWE wrestling, WWF at the time, these are all Masons in the game. It's not about only entertaining you, it's about programming you. That's why they call it television programming. Now listen to what Vince McMahon says here. This is a form of mockery. He is a Mason, of course, a billionaire connected to the elite. And I'm going to show that after you hear this clip and listen to what he says.
WrestleMania. Right now, let's take you to action in the squared circle that won't be simulated.
He just said, let's take a look at action in the squared circle. And the squared circle, again, is a reference to the flat earth model. And some might say it's ridiculous. Vince McMahon, he's just a wrestling promoter. That's all he is. Again, people that don't understand how the system works, how it's all controlled. First off, just look at this logo, again, for the WWE. And you'll notice there's no E in that logo. Because again, if you turn that WW sideways, you get a 33. Now take a look who's involved in this wrestling match with Vince McMahon. There you go. Donald Trump, another Freemason, another member of the so-called elite. They're all actors in the game, and people need to understand that. Just like William Shakespeare once said, all the world's a stage, and all the men and women are merely players. And now I'm going to play my previous videos combined back to back with the occult of Houston, Texas, and the Astrodome. One aspect I forgot to mention in my video with the occult of Houston, Texas, when it comes to the Astrodome, I forgot to mention how the ceiling is glass. And this goes exactly with the Bible. And I'm going to point out a little bit more with this connection. With this photo from the 60s, you can clearly see the glass ceiling above. Another form of mockery with the firmament, which is above us. During the first year, 1965, of baseball being played in the Astrodome, there was a lot of problems. I should also mention they had natural grass. It was called Bermuda grass, 419. And the problem was, with the sunlight coming through the glass, it gave the ball players, the outfielders specifically, a real hard time seeing the ball. So they painted this portion to make it easier for the outfielders. The problem with the sun not coming through all the way through the dome, it killed the grass. And that's when they replaced their natural grass, the Bermuda grass. And they called it at the time chem grass, and they later changed it to AstroTurf. So the artificial turf, the name was changed from chem grass to AstroTurf, because AstroTurf is fake, just like the astronauts. And more mockery from the media, from ABC News. On their YouTube channel, they have this video titled "This Week Shattering the Glass Ceiling," and they show this supposed female astronaut, the first woman in space, from 1983, a very interesting name, Sally Ride. They love to play on names. I'm not saying this is a fake name, but the people they select, they love play on names. Sally Ride, like she's taking a ride into space when they can't even get into space because of the firmament. And obviously, too, rockets don't work in space. And I found this interesting as well from Penn State's official website. It's titled here on this one webpage, "Opening Doors to the Glass Ceiling." Show these doors. What do you see here? A rocket breaking through the glass ceiling, also known as the firmament. So again, with the mockery, breaking through God's firmament, which no one can do. And obviously NASA calls the firmament the Van Allen belts. Just another name for the firmament, the glass sky, the glass ceiling. And another video, this one from a professor of psychology at Northwestern University. It's called "The Glass Ceiling is Misleading." And more mockery here. I'm going to show the thumbnail, which is completely, satanic, like they always like to do, right in plain sight. And here's a thumbnail for the video. And what do you see? The 666 hand sign. And this is by design. Big think. As you can see here, Madonna's doing the same exact thing. They get us with the satanic system at every angle. The school system with evolution, the music industry, Hollywood, the politicians. Every single angle is controlled by the Satanists that rule this world. And of course the Pope, same exact thing. Double 666 hand sign. And this one here, he's doing the single 666 hand sign over the eye, which represents the eye of Lucifer. Of course, this is a very old photo. He already passed away. And you'll see many, many celebrities do this today. Same with Justin Bieber, all puppets in the game. They're all in the same club. They all do the same thing. It's like gang members throwing up the same hand signs, showing how they're all affiliated, working together. Now getting back to the double 666 hand sign here with Michael Jackson. Here with Mick Foley, Dude Love from WWE. Of course, there's no E in the WWE logo. So when you turn that WW sideways, you get the 33 and 13 attitude. Here's Pink with the 666 hand sign. This is how they indoctrinate the masses into the satanic system, preparing them for the mark of the beast. Here's Eminem with his own version of the 666 hand sign, holding the side of this cap. Of course, Jack Black doing the same thing. And of course, Oprah Winfrey as well. Now getting back to the glass ceiling, of course the sky, and this woman breaking through the glass ceiling. They don't make these sayings popular for nothing in the mainstream. There's a reason. People behind the scenes, these Satanists that are mocking God, and people don't have a clue where this all comes from. People don't ask questions. Throughout their lives, they hear things, they see things, they don't ask questions. Houston, Texas, probably the most occultic city in the entire USA. I'm going to break down NASA. The city itself, the old Astrodome, basically the occult, all hidden in plain sight. And first off here, taking a look at the logo for the Johnson Space Center. What do you see here? Nothing more than a forked tongue on a serpent. And look at some images here of Houston Space Center. And I'm going to point this out later on with the pentagram. This is actually a broken pentagram. Not all lines converging. Get the sun symbolism. They even have a NASA themed McDonald's in Houston, Texas. I've covered this in all my videos pretty much. Freemasonry, the highest degree in the Scottish Rite, is the number 33. And that's going to be very significant with this video. This letter by Buzz Aldrin, the Sovereign Grand Commander, Supreme Council of the 33rd. And in this letter, Buzz Aldrin writes about how he carried the Scottish Rite flag aboard Apollo 11 flight to the moon, or the supposed trip to the moon. The connection with Freemasonry and NASA. Old photo. 3 Freemasons. And the occult. Again, this video is about the occult of Houston, Texas. This is the Bank of America building. You can see the image of 3 pyramids. Again, in this Bank of America building. Of course, the occult with Egypt, the bloodline that ruled this world. Started off in Babylon, worked their way to Egypt. The bloodline built these pyramids. That's why the Illuminati, the so-called Illuminati, the Freemasons, they have that pyramid as their symbol. Of course, Bank of America, this logo here, you have the, of course, the red and blue combined equals purple for royalty. You get the 3 11s equal 33 with these slashes. Also with the PSYOP from the Cassidy Stay shooting hoax. Now to go into a little more detail about the perpetrator, the supposed perpetrator, because this was nothing more than a hoax. We're going to look through the news story and you can see, identify all the details. And with these news stories, they're always going to have occultic numbers, like I said. 33 years old. You see more 33 again here. His granted joint custody of their 4 children, ranging in the age from 3 to 11. So again, you get 311. All these news stories are coded. 9/11, understand the calling system for 9/11 was in 1968. That's when it went nationwide. It just so happens 1968 was the year of the groundbreaking for the Twin Towers in New York. The towers came down in 2001. So from 1968 to 2001, that is 33 years. This is the matrix that the Freemasons have created. Now taking a look, the supposed shooter, Ron Haskell. Again, he was 33 years old. You have the supposed perpetrator wearing the orange colored shirt, regulation shirt, and there's a reason for that. We'll get to more into that in a little bit, what this all means with the orange. And again, the occult of Houston, a lot of businesses with the pyramid. You get the Pyramid House, Pyramid Mystic Products, Pyramid Gifts, like more than a dozen. Now, when it comes to baseball, I'm going to break this down with the Houston Astros. Before they were the Astros, of course, they were the Colt 45s. That's why you see these guns. On January 3rd, January is the first month of the year. It's 1 and 3 is 13. It's the bloodline of the Illuminati. And with the groundbreaking of the Astrodome, they had the name changed of the team from the Colt 45s, of course, to the Houston Astros. And that all revolves around the Houston Space Program. Here's an image of the Astrodome called the 8th Wonder of the World. 1966 edition magazine. The Astrodome. Again, 1965 highlights of space-age baseball indoors, the first dome stadium. Again, some more images here. I'm going to break this all down with the interior and exterior of the Astrodome and why they have the rainbow colors. I'm sure there's many, over the years, millions and millions of people have attended games at the Astrodome. And they really don't have the knowledge of what this is all about. The design, the concept of it all. And the occult, always in plain sight. Now, to understand the whole concept of the dome, this is all biblical. And this is the biblical world we live in. This is the reality which few will accept. They believe we live on a ball that's spinning 1,000 miles an hour in space. Some might ask, what does the Bible have anything to do with the Astrodome? Well, I'm going to explain that right now. The Bible states we live under a firmament, and there's nothing above except water in heaven. Now the sun and the moon are within the firmament. Stars. Our earth is immovable. And now with this Bible scripture, it's all going to make sense. And it states in Genesis 1:14, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. So, when it says lights in the firmament, this goes exactly with the dome. And I'm going to get to the Astrodome. It's all going to make sense. Again, the two lights, the moon and the sun. Of course, the Bible states the moon produces its own lights as the sun does. It's the lesser light for the night. Again, this is getting a little hint here for the Astrodome. And for those that are new to the flat earth concept and can't grasp it, don't completely understand, a lot of people's first reaction is, won't we fall over the edge? It doesn't work that way. the edges of the Earth, a huge ice ring, which is Antarctica. And the sun, like the Bible says, the sun moves and the Earth is stationary. It's fixed, immovable. So understand one simple thing. Everything we're told in the school system, in college, is the exact opposite of the Bible, just like evolution. How we all evolve from fish to monkeys to humans. The whole ball Earth we're told in the school system is another lie. Everything we're told is a lie. And why do they lie to us about all this stuff? They want to be the ones that hold the knowledge. They want to mock God's people. I'm going to play this video. And there's no moon in this model, but understand one thing. The sun moves a bit faster than the moon. And one concept to also understand is, people that don't get it, at times you can see the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time during the day. That means on the other side of the supposed globe, there's no sun, there's no moon. Doesn't make sense at all. I'm going to play this clip so you can understand again how the sun works on a flat Earth night and day. See the 3-hour time difference of the East Coast and the West Coast get their light. Exactly how it works. And the sun and the moon are much closer to Earth than we're told. Only a few thousand miles. The sun is not 93 million miles away. It's all lies by NASA, the government. We've been all lied to. And also to understand the solar eclipse, like I stated earlier, the sun and the moon move at different speeds. Just like a clock, the moon moves at different speed, a slower speed. That's how you get those eclipses, solar eclipse. And also, I explained this before, with the 24-hour sunlight in Norway and in Alaska, when the sun moves, when it spins around the Earth, it moves as it spins in and out. So again, when it spins towards the center, during the times of year that you get complete daylight in this region, the North Pole, the Arctic, that's why you get those 24-hour sun. And it doesn't happen in the south. The supposed southern hemisphere, for example, in the tip of South America, New Zealand, you never get those 24 hours daylight. And that's because, of course, as the sun moves around, it's not constant like it is in the Arctic. One other thing, the sun, how it moves from changing the seasons in and out. The sun, again, is furthest from the ice ring. So the further away you get, the colder it is, of course. This was holding everything in. Antarctica. It circles the entire flat Earth. Now for those that believe in the ball Earth, these are images from NASA's website. Don't get real images of Earth from space. We get these composites. You look at North America, you look at America. See the problem here? Inconsistent. And I believe they did this on purpose as a form of mockery. They can easily, match up the photos, but they do this again as a form of mockery. Now looking at the Astrodome, and what do you see? Of course, the dome. And the reason for the rainbow seats in the upper deck. It's all going to make sense. Again, taking a look at the dome above. Rainbow seats, all add up. And of course, after it rains and the clouds disperse, what do you see? A rainbow. And this rainbow is basically a reflection of the dome above us. So again, that's the exact reason they constructed the Astrodome with the rainbow seats on top. This is basically mockery in plain sight, where we're living under a dome, and here's the rainbow under the dome, just like this actual image of a rainbow. Now I'm going to explain this. Part of mockery, when they hit a home run in the Astrodome, they show this little video, and they show the baseball breaking out of the dome. I'll explain that here. And here with this episode from The Simpsons, as a form of mockery, they're going to show how we live under a firmament.
Steroid Santa Claus kicks and deals. It's a long fly ball going back, and the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium.
But just like with the Astrodome, showing the ball going through the firmament, form of mockery of God's creation, His firmament, that no one can get past. And that includes the astronauts, of course. NASA. NASA is nothing but a government psyop. They don't go to deep space because there's no deep space. All we have, again, is the firmament above us. And like the Bible states, the waters above the firmament. So you wonder why the sky is blue? This is the reason. And more with the occult. This example here with the bull. Of course, the bull is very occultic. You know, these Satanists, you know, rams, bulls, goats, any horned animal they use as a deity, just like Baphomet. And not to get off topic, but just to explain, for those that might say, well, you know, of course there's cattle, you know, in Texas, that's why they have that as their symbol. We'll explain this in Chicago. I don't know about any cattle being in Chicago. You have Miley Cyrus here, wearing that Bulls uniform. She's a little Satanist. There's a reason for everything. Out of all the jerseys she's wearing, of course, that Michael Jordan, Air Jordan, number 23. Of course, Air Jordan represents the Prince of Power in the air, and that being Satan. And again, the bull symbolism on the scoreboard. And before it was Minute Maid Park, it was Enron Park. That's occultic as well, that logo. All these logos, these big name companies, there's always the occult in every single one of them. And that shape of the E in Enron, nothing more than a Nazi swastika in the orange as well. I'm going to cover that in a bit. Taking a look at the old Astros uniform, and again the rainbow. These were notorious for being the most hideous uniforms in all of Major League Baseball. These were laughed at. You know, but those that own and control society, they don't care about looks. It's all about the occult. The hidden meaning behind it. The rainbow, again, under the firmament. And again, taking a look at the Astrodome, the dome. You can see after a home run, this plays, the ball breaking through the dome, aka the firmament. Again, taking a look at these rainbow uniforms. Going back in time, Nolan Ryan. And their ace pitcher from the 80s, Mike Scott. And I believe that's Bill Doran, their former second baseman. Of course, ace gets number 33. Now, talking about the occult with the Astros, I find this pretty hilarious. The groundskeepers, they would have them wear spacesuits. Poor guy. Look at this guy here. At home plate with the spacesuit. Completely embarrassing. What a tough way to make a living. Now again, there's a reason for everything. And there's a reason for the orange jumpsuits. With the spacesuits. Orange is the only color in numerology that is 33. And an old image of the Astros logo. Science, the orange. Like I said, again, always with the occult. And back in the early 70s, they were known as the Boys in Orange. And even the Houston basketball team, with the reference to space and NASA, the Houston Rockets, number 13, number 7, and of course, again with the orange uniforms. I think they have topic, just like Halloween. You know, they have pumpkins for Halloween. And they're orange, that's why they use pumpkins.
Partially demolished.
That's the symbol for Halloween. And
Partially.
October is the only month with 33 numerology as well. So again, everything in society, there's a reason for everything. Again, we're the groundskeepers. Black and white photo going way back. The astronauts taking care of the AstroTurf. That's what they call it, AstroTurf. Again, taking a look here at an astronaut. Never been to space. Bunch of liars, bunch of frauds, bunch of Freemasons. And of course, the orange jumpsuit. Like a prisoner as well. And now taking a look at the occult behind the logo for the Astros. Again, like I pointed out in the beginning of the video, the broken pentagram. And there's a reason for that. People didn't understand one thing. You know, Houston Astro fans that watch this, you know, a lot of my subscribers, my viewers to my videos know this already. I'm not going to like this, but it's all about the occult with Freemason, Manly P. Hall stating the broken pentagram is used by black magicians to conjure up demons in order to control them for selfish desires. So again, that's why you have the broken pentagram. Space Center and the Astros logo. Another version. Mid-90s. Jeff Bagwell, Craig Biggio. Two good players for the Astros. They're wearing these jerseys. I'm sure they have no clue of this meaning. They're just baseball players. No clue what this actually means. More logos with the occult, that broken pentagram, Lockheed Martin, American Idol. This is international. Russia, with the broken pentagram. Again, just like Lockheed Martin, but this one is in reverse. Now, more about the broken pentagram. Taking a look in front of the White House. What do you see? These streets, the way they are constructed, from the very inception. This weird architecture. These streets, there's a reason for that. And there you go, right in front of the White House, the broken pentagram. And some more domes here. This one in Toronto, Canada, with the Sky Dome, now called the Rogers Dome, or the Rogers Center. And look at this old logo. I find it very interesting. Again, the occult, the Sky Dome. Exactly what we live under. Again, all these people, millions and millions of people have been in this stadium over the years. I wonder how many people actually know the significance of the name. And take a look at this again, the occult with this logo. There's a reason this D's open and the sun goes in there, because the sun's within the dome. This is mockery again in plain sight. That's how they do it. Of course, Hollywood, Freemasons, they're implanted all over society. Show the Sky Dome. Another episode of The Simpsons showing the dome again. Again with the Sky Dome. You have the 3 pentagrams. This is on their official website. It's not Photoshop. This is the occult in plain sight. Of course, Stephen King's Under the Dome. And after the Astrodome was demolished, it became, like I said, Enron Park at one point. It eventually led up to being called Minute Maid Park. Again, always the occult. Minute Maid, that's Minute Maid orange juice. You got the orange baseball. Like I stated earlier, orange is the number 33. So, it's just the color. The elite work off dates, numbers, colors, symbols. All there. Orange and orange. And that's 33 right in front of you. Again, look at the old Astrodome. And that rainbow, like I stated. Here's Minute Maid Park. Like I said, always symbolism. The logos might change, the names might change, but they're still with the occult. The glass ceiling, but the glass siding here on this dome. What do you see here? I believe that's a Citgo logo. Whatever logo that is, it's an Illuminati pyramid. Again with the occult. Got the baseball diamond, they call it. It's more like the Freemason square and compass. All sports are owned and controlled by the elite. They own every aspect of our society. Again, yeah, it is the Citgo logo. And this is when the dome is retracted. What you have here, this little train, little caboose in the back here with the oranges. And here's with the dome retracted. Again, they still have the symbolism with the baseball going through the dome, through the firmament, meant as mockery. Dome enclosed again. So you see all the symbolism. The Astros, Astrodome, Minute Maid Park, Houston, Texas.